dedication, and discipline. Thank you very much. We can remain standing. At this juncture, let me invite Monsignor Wainan Katende to have a prayer.
Teachers. Thank you for the teachers who teach what is good. Thank you for teachers who use their gift of teaching to serve others. Lord, we're here tonight to acknowledge with thanks the excellent exhibition of a gallant educator in the names of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Thank you for endowing him with a zeal that manifests itself in the founding of so numerous education institutions we see around for the education of Ugandans and beyond. We pray for their continued viability through the cooperation and contribution of all different stakeholders. We pray, Lord, that education system and education facilities provide holistic upbringing, and that there be an extension of our parental duty to the youth and to the young adults for a better society. Grant us a successful lecture tonight. Let it be just the beginning of a series rather than the end. Most of all, Almighty God, it is our humble petition that you grant eternal rest to your servant, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. May his candle continue burning. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son.
We come. I once welcome. I take this opportunity to also welcome members from the University Administration of St. Lawrence University. You're all most welcome. Deans, heads of departments, Quality Assurance, Academic Registrars Department, Human Resource Department, you're all most welcome. In a special way, I also welcome Mr. Sirinya Francis from the Private Sector Foundation. You're most welcome, a good friend to the family, a good friend to the late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. I welcome you all. Let's feel at St. Lawrence University. At this juncture, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor, who is our host tonight, to come and welcome us and his opening remarks. You're most welcome, Dr. Charles Masawa. Doctor.
Our spiritual leader, the chairperson and members of the board of directors, chairperson and members of the university council, our keynote speaker, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, our special guest, Dr. Elma Wolf, our panelists, members of staff, students guild, and students fraternity of the St. Lawrence schools and colleges, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to the climax of the celebrations in memory of the founder of St. Lawrence University and the St. Lawrence schools and colleges. It has been a week-long celebration which involved football and netball competitions among the 5 administrative divisions of Kampala City, training of business community in records management, exhibitions, and now the memorial lecture. The idea of planning for the first Memorial Week, Memorial Lecture, in honor of the founder of St. Lawrence Education Empire, was conceived by the University Council 2 years ago under the able leadership of the chairperson, Honorable Mike Kennedy Sebalu, and readily approved and supported by the board of directors. We are grateful for this insight and do pledge to have this activity as an annual event. Professor Mukiibi rose from humble beginnings to become a proprietor of an education empire. His vision of producing job creators other than job seekers aligns well with the National Vision 40, which aims at creating a critical mass of skilled citizens. I wish to appreciate the efforts of the University Council for taking a bold decision to have the memorial lecture. This event is key to the life of the university as it rekindles the efforts of the founder who left a reputable legacy in the field of education. We are grateful to the board of directors for keeping the candle lit by the founder despite his physical absence. We pray that the board of directors continues to invest in the efforts kick-started by the late Professor Mukiibi. We appreciate the strategic leadership offered by the University Council to management of the university. There is steady growth as evidenced by physical and technical advances made over time. We appreciate the keynote speaker, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, for readily accepting to be our chief guest at this function. We are grateful to the chairperson of the University Council for identifying this great scholar and attracting him to join us today. You are welcome, Professor Nwagaba. I wish to recognize and appreciate our special guest, Dr. Elma Wolf from Germany, for accepting to come and share with us the experiences in the German dual system of education, where vocationalization is celebrated. You are welcome, Dr. Elma. I wish to recognize and appreciate our panelists tonight, Professor Badru Katerega, Vice Chancellor, Kampala University. You are welcome, sir. Professor Charles Sechewa, Deputy Vice Chancellor, St. Lawrence University. And Miss Leticia Nachimuli, Dean, Faculty of Business Administration and Management Studies at St. Lawrence University. In the same vein, I wish to welcome our moderator tonight, Mr. Ambrose Chibuka Mukiibi. Where is he? You are most welcome. We stand to gain from your rich experiences. In conclusion, I thank all participants at this function for sparing time to attend this celebration. Strong institutions are set up by strong men for God and my country.
And our visitors to sign on the memory board that we prepared to remember our professor. Then we shall have a member from the family. Professor, let's go and sign on the memory board of your great friend, Dr. Sevalu, Chairperson B, Board of Directors and members of the family. Is a gesture that we honor Professor Lawrence Mukiibi and the great work he did for this nation and at the world at large. We are live. Friends from other countries are watching this memorial lecture. He touched very many people. He traveled the world and met very many good friends. He taught very many students that have traveled this world, and they are all watching and witnessing this great moment. Professor Nwagaba is signing on the memorial board of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. We are having, Monsignori has signed, Mr. Chisirinya from Private Sector Foundation is signing, Salongo Ben Bantwavo is signing. They are all representing Ben, representing the family. Mr. Semakula has finished signing. We have Jen signing, member of the family. Marion, member of the family. They're all signing to really honor and respect the great work done by Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Thank you very much for that gesture. You'll forgive us for some changes in the program due to other commitments by members that are here today. Instead of having the family members giving or represented from the family, allow us to invite a great friend, a man I saw very many years with Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, young as I was in my senior 3. He was a member of parliament at that time. We're opening, I think, one of the science complex at London College at that time. He was a great friend of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. He moved with him up to the last day he was on earth. Allow me at this juncture invite the chairperson, St. Lawrence University Council, Dr. Mike Kenneth Sevalu, to address us. You're most welcome, Doctor.
and the entire team that is going to constitute the panel of discussants. Our great friend from Germany, in a special way the board of directors and the chairperson, as well as the family members here present, our Vice Chancellor and your entire team, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by giving a word of apology. My being here is at a very big cost. I'm supposed to be in Fort Portal now. I'm just going to set off and go because I felt it so important to have at least an appearance at this great event. However short my appearance will be, is any day better than not showing up at all, because this day is indeed a great day. It is a day I celebrate to see it happen, because we've nursed this idea of a memorial lecture for some time. So seeing it happening is the best thing that could have happened. That is the reason that I had to stay and be part of it up to this point, when I then beg your indulgence to excuse myself to go and start on a journey to Fort Portal, where I have official duties already underway, and I sought the indulgence of the members there to allow me delay and join them this evening. So that explains the reason that I had to jump the queue in terms of making remarks. My brief remarks are to the following. One, whoever does good needs to be celebrated, and whoever does good needs to be remembered. Whoever does good needs to be treasured and cherished. And the man we are celebrating this afternoon belongs to categories of great men. Having a memorial lecture in his honor and tribute is the best thing that could have happened at this point in time. His life was a lecture. If you unpack the life of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, every aspect of it is a lecture of its own. You will get a lecture on commitment. You will get a lecture on hard work. You will get a lecture on resilience. You will get a lecture on purpose. You will get a lecture on consistency. You will get a lecture on simplicity. His life was a lecture. And that's why we are having a memorial lecture, simply to unpack him so that we consciously learn from his life. Many of us may have learned unconsciously, but beginning today, we are going to consciously learn from the life of a man who lived and never just existed. Because you can exist, but to live means that you've touched lives of many, you've impacted many, you've created influence. And influence is not about positions. Influence is about sending an agenda and a trend. When you look at the schools now, even up to today, people will tell you that so and so built a nice school. It is like those of Lawrence Mukiibi. So it became a brand. You heard many people would say, look, I've put up a very good school. It is like those of Professor Mukiibi. So that is influence. And that is what Mukiibi was. That is the person that we are celebrating. So allow me to thank, to begin with, the family for keeping the candle burning, for keeping the brand standing strong and standing out of the crowd. Can we appreciate the family? And in that regard, let's appreciate the rector and let's appreciate the resident director. Can we thank the administrative team at the academy, schools and colleges and Laurentia, as well as the university, for supporting the founding body to keep these institutions moving? Can we thank the friends? There are very many here, and they are supporting in different ways at the board level of the academy, schools and colleges, at the council level. Many of them are indeed great friends who have remained true to their friendship with the departed professor. Can we appreciate them as well? Can we appreciate the parents at all levels who have entrusted the brand of Lawrence Mukiibi with their learners, with their students, and with their children? Can we appreciate them as well? And let's appreciate the learners in the primary, the students in secondary, and the students at the university for truly reflecting the institutions for what they are and for the purpose they were founded. We want to thank them as well. We want to thank government for the role it plays in regulating all these institutions and creating an enabling environment for these institutions to thrive. We want to thank government for that. Finally, allow me to thank Professor Augustus Nwagaba, a very good friend of mine and a fellow Rotarian, a distinguished scholar, someone who is very relevant for the subject matter of today, entrepreneurship education, the pathway to sustainable livelihoods. That's what the dream of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was, transforming society through education that is underpinned by entrepreneurship and ICT. So inviting you, an expert in poverty alleviation, at the end of the day, the total transformation is about changing livelihood, and household and individual incomes define the transformation agenda. So your presence is going to inform the subject matter, a dream that Professor Lawrence Mukiibi had and that he impacted to all that went through his hands in the way he educated the young ones. So with that, I once again would like to thank you for making time, and I wish you an eventful and productive, the very first, the premier Lawrence Mukiibi Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much for gracing it with your physical presence.
For those wonderful remarks in regards to Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Thank you very much, and you are allowed to go and execute other duties because we know you're a very busy and engaged person. At this juncture, allow me to invite the representative of the family to come and give their remarks and history of who Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. I welcome the member of the family.
The keynote speaker, Professor Augustus Nwagaba, members of the panel, Professor Badiru Kateregga, Professor Sechewa, Madame Nachimuli Letitia, Mr. Msime Raymond, members of the board, members of management, members of council present, members of staff of St. Lawrence University present, members of staff, St. Lawrence schools and colleges present, our dear students from St. Lawrence University, and our dear students from schools and colleges, our dear students from Laurentia, our dear alumni from both schools and colleges, and the St. Lawrence University, our good friends in attendance, all the well-wishers around, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Mine is to just give a history of a man that we are celebrating his life today. Let me begin by saying that Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was born on Friday, the 20th of February, 1948, to Mr. Petro Kimoli Semakula and Elizabeth Nabawanuka of Kavule Butenga, Masaka district. They are now deceased, all of them. He attended St. Charles Chance Primary School and St. Leonard Butenga Primary School for his primary education, and St. Francis Xavier Villa Maria in Masaka for Junior 1 and Junior 2. He joined St. Bernard's Kiswera for his secondary education, and between 1973 and 1977, he attended Makerere University, where he studied bachelor's degree in education under the mentorship of Professor J.C. Sekamwa, who should be maybe around. Wherever you are, Professor J.C. Sekamwa, you can stand up for recognition. You did a great work to educate our father. While studying at Makerere University School of Education, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi taught at Nsambya Girls School, and immediately after his graduation, he left Uganda with some of his friends due to an unfavorable political environment at that time, and settled it in the Kisii Sabu region. Some of those people that he left with, I can recognize the presence of Professor Sechewa in our midst, and the presence of Professor Badiru Kateregga. Those are the younger members who were there by that time. Professor Mukiibi's drive for greener pastures made him and his friends move from Kisii, and he finally settled in the Rift Valley of Kenya, in a town called Nakuru, at a school called Afraha High School. This was a turning point, for that he was, by that time, 29 years old, and he was made a headmaster of that school. So it was really a milestone during that time to have a 29-year-old graduate to be entrusted with a school of that caliber that he was leading. Under the mentorship of the proprietor of Afraha High School, Mr. Karanja Ndune, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi developed several skills such as investment skills, financial skills, management skills, negotiation skills, human resource management skills, organizational skills, to mention but a few. These skills were very fundamental later in his journey while beginning St. Lawrence schools and colleges. During his 10 years as the head teacher of Afraha High School in Kenya, he attracted young Ugandans to work with him, and among them was Professor Sechewa that I've already mentioned, who is now currently our DVC at St. Lawrence University. Professor Sechewa, you can stand up again for more recognition. Professor Mukiibi learned and embraced some important values in life that he lived and he practiced religiously. These values were discipline, determination, dedication, and they were inculcated into the entire management, staff, and students during his reign as a headmaster in that school, Afraha High School. In fact, Lawrence became so much of a symbol of those values in Nakuru town and the entire country at large that he became a celebrated icon who could turn a hardcore indisciplined student into a very responsible and disciplined leader in community. He so much embraced the spare the rod and spoil the child proverb. Professor has no-nonsense ways of looking at a growing child and him hearts of many parents in Kenya, and as a result, the students' enrollment in Afraha High School increased beyond capacity. His relationship with the stakeholders and shareholders was so much admired by the public to the extent of becoming a novice in Kenya's education sector. As we all know, the famous lyric of Jim Reeves, that good song, that this world is not my home, I'm only passing through it. This applied to Professor Mukiibi and his younger family, and most of the Ugandans who were working in Kenya by then. As time went on, a political situation similar to that of the expelled Asians in Uganda in 1972 occurred to Ugandans working in Kenya in 1988. The Moi government decided to expel many good Ugandans who had fled into Kenya and occupied the Kenya job markets at the expense of the citizens of Kenya. The situation continued to worsen due to the conflict between the Moi regime and the newly formed Museveni government, of which the Kenya government had not recognized a legitimate, has not recognized Museveni's government as a legitimate government. Moi's government began by expelling the Uganda High Commission to Kenya, followed by all Ugandans working in Kenya by issuing a 14-day ultimatum to leave Kenya so that the Kenyans who had no jobs fill those positions. Following that incident, Professor Mukiibi had to relocate forcefully back to Uganda with his family and settled to work at Kampala Parents School as a head teacher. The only Kampala Parents School at that time, it was the only high-ended primary school by then for the children of the affluent Ugandans, including those of the president. Many of his colleagues regarded his new job as disguised employment, having shifted from a high-end secondary school, moreover from Kenya, to a primary school in Uganda with all his experience. But Professor Mukiibi knew too well that in every dark cloud, there is a silver lining. He only needed enough time to study the situation so that he could spot the opportunity. Armed with all the experience, beliefs, and values he brought along from Kenya, it didn't take long for him to network with the notables of this country, the likes of Amama Mbabas, the First Lady, the Honorable Sam Kutesa, the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda, the Safaris, the Honorable Francis Babu, the Right Honorable Margaret Ziwa, just to mention but a few. Professor Lawrence was born and raised in the Catholic faith, both at home and throughout the school he attended. No wonder during some of his free time outside the place of work, he attended to church-related charity activities. Soon he was a member of Lubaga Cathedral Development Foundation, an organization that was overseeing the funding and development at Lubaga Church. Little did he know that through this organization, he would wine and dine with the notables of the Catholic Church, who would later be useful in the starting of St. Lawrence schools and colleges. Monsignor Wayne Katende, who was the Lubaga Cathedral administrator by then, was very supportive. Monsignor Wayne Katende, the one who has given us that spiritual prayer. Mr. Joko Stephen, who happened to be the founder of Progressive Secondary School and also an old boy of St. Bernard's College, Sweden, was very instrumental in sharing his ideology with Professor Lawrence, which acted as a springboard for the launching of St. Lawrence schools and colleges on 15th March 1993. So this year we are marking 30 years of vivid existence. In short, that is how St. Lawrence schools and colleges were started or were born. But just to take you aback, for the sake of appreciating Professor Lawrence Mukiibi's entrepreneurial journey, it was during his days while still working in Kenya when he started nurturing ideas and the thoughts of starting a school. He really admired his boss, then by the name of Karanja Ndune, now the late, whose education background was far much less than professors, but had a huge investment in various sectors of economy, education inclusive. Professor strategically decided to befriend his boss so as to tap into his wisdom, ideology, philosophy, vision, and mission. The one important lesson he learned from his boss is that whatever one is doing, there must be an alternative, and therefore one must think outside the box. He also learned that procrastination is a thief of time. Therefore, no excuse for postponing any scheduled activity. Professor learned how to allocate finances to priorities first and leave out those activities with less impact. The value of discipline, determination, and dedication were paramount and most likely inherited from the late Karanja Ndune. Having observed religiously and ingrained with Karanja's vision, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi would spend sleepless nights putting his concept of the state-of-the-art school to paper. This school would soon be built somewhere on a yet-to-be-acquired piece of land in Kenya. He would name his school Citizens High School. It is little wonder that in 1993, when he was breaking the ground for his school, he named it Progressive Citizens High School, located just near Kabaka's Lake. That's where we are starting. That's where the groundbreaking was. This started purely as a day school, but later it phased into a purely boarding school. Occupying 10 acres of land, one may wonder how Professor Mukiibi acquired this strategically located piece of land, formerly belonging to Agri Memorial School. This piece of land stretched between the Bili Palace and Kabaka's Lake, and many individuals, including the elites, believed that this land belonged to Buganda Land Board. The truth was that in the early days of 1940s, the registered proprietors of this private mine land, by the name of Mukubira, decided to donate this piece of land to a faction of teachers who had broken away from the mainstream Bazungu-led administration of King's College Buddo, a colonial school, due to a cultural misunderstanding. This organized group of teachers settled on this donated piece of land and established a primary school called the Agri Memorial School. That school was here, and it phased out. But the management of this school was ignorant of the fact that once the land was donated to them, they had to get the land title legally registered in their name, which they didn't do. While the land title was still in the name of the names of the donor, the land donor died before they could transfer their land into their name. It was rumored that the heir to the late Mukubira mortgaged the land titles with the bank and failed to pay the loan as per payment terms and agreements. And the bank had no option but to auction the entire land that was hosting the school. It so happened that the late Savannah Kizito statewide insurance company bought the land from the bank, and hence statewide insurance became the new landlord for the 45-year-old Agri Memorial School. By that time, it was 45 years old. This school started the journey to extinction, and this was catalyzed. And this was catalyzed by the insecurity in the place, brought about by the soldiers who resided in Lubiri Palace during the war that hosted Obote II, who looted everything from the school until it was abandoned. When Savannah offered to sell to Professor Mukiibi this abandoned piece of land on good price terms, Professor saw that as a golden opportunity. He wasted no time but to accept the offer and bought this land from statewide insurance in installments until he completed the full pay in 1997. Riding on various skills already acquired from the previous engagements and having been exposed in life, Professor Mukiibi started unpacking his already written concept into physical action. With his little savings made from his previous employment, Professor began renovating and improving on the then 50-year-old dilapidated mud and water buildings that once belonged to Agri Memorial Primary School. Very excited with his newly acquired premises, he brought in all his love for a spotless, clean environment and the love for flowers, beautiful flowers, and work began. The cool and fresh breeze from Kabaka's Lake made an environment so serene and conducive for academic work. He originally named it Progressive O-Level, which began with the O-Level classes only. With little marketing, the school attracted over 300 students when it opened its gates for the first time, and soon the students' enrollment increased exponentially due to many factors, but above all was the marketing astuteness of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. He would change colors of his behavior like a chameleon, and his administrative skills were impeccable. I'll never forget one moment when a certain mother brought to Professor Mukiibi her son for admission in senior 3, who had been expelled from another school, which is Kasasa. He listened carefully to her while she narrated the ordeal she was going through with her son, which prompted the professor to immediately swing into action. He ordered the boy to lie down as he administered the caning. As the caning started, the boy jumped up and took off like a mad tiger and left her mother to conclude the admission process. The truth is, the boy was not admitted since he failed that interview by scoring 9 strokes out of the intended 10 strokes. The mother pleaded with the professor to consider him, but all in vain. That was the order of the day for all cases of admission with backgrounds of expulsions from other schools. Throughout his administration, Professor never entertained any form of indiscipline whatsoever from students and his staff. This value of discipline acted as the cornerstone for St. Lawrence schools and colleges. St. Lawrence was publicly known as the only school where the newcomers, that's senior 1 and senior 5s, were treated like kings, and no incidents of bullying were registered in the school up to today. It was in fact a written rule that an old student would be expelled if he didn't make a new student happy or smile. Soon, the students' enrollment grew beyond capacity, and this necessitated the professor to think outside the box to start a new campus in 1997. While purchasing land at Nabingo to give birth to the second campus, Professor deployed his analytical skills and concluded that land as a factor of production was still available and cheap, but it would soon be in short supply and expensive in the near future due to an increase in demand brought about by the increasing population. He named his second school Creamland Campus. But why did he name it Creamland Campus? There can be many answers guessed by the public, but his naming philosophy stemmed from the fact that this campus was purely an A-level campus whose uniform color was purely cream, hence the name Creamland. Many upcoming schools in Kampala and Wakiso henceforth started naming their schools Creamland Campus due to the attractive nature of this campus of ours without knowing the philosophy behind the professor's naming. At the inception of Creamland Campus, Professor Mukiibi was also harboring the idea of turning Creamland Campus into a university one day. And so he added on the signpost of Creamland Campus a reminder to the public that it was a proposed site for the St. Lawrence University, which vision dates back as far as 1997. After the creation of Creamland Campus, there was an urgent need to register it with the Ministry of Education with a new exam enable center. But then there was a situation that posed a challenge to the process of registration. It so happened that Professor Mukiibi's 2 schools, that is Kabaka's Lake and Creamland at that time, were headed by one headmaster, that is Professor Mukiibi, but then, contrary to the policy by then as the Ministry of Education, which required one headmaster to head one school at a time. Fortunately, after a very long and tedious bargaining process, the Ministry of Education devised the policy to accommodate the revolutionary schools in the making, and this helped Creamland Campus to be given a enable center. After carrying out a thorough analysis on the population growth in Uganda and in the entire world, Professor spotted another gap in the education sector of the need to start a girls' campus, since the girls' population growth rate worldwide was almost 3 times that of boys. It coincided with the political sentiments of that time, led by Honorable Miriam Matembe and others. The commonest word spoken during that time in the political space was the girl child and woman emancipation. With his innovative in designing beautiful artistic buildings, the 3rd school was built in 1999, and he named it Horizon Campus to accommodate only girls from senior 1 to senior 6. And it really emphasized that the campus was for the girl child. Professor Mukiibi invited the First Lady of Uganda to open it. He further appointed his daughter, who had graduated from Makerere University School of Education, to be the first head teacher of this campus. This is none other than Maria Jacinth Trina, now the current chairperson board of directors and the rector of St. Lawrence Schools and Colleges. Can you stand up for recognition? The Mighty London College was constructed in 2002, and it was a class apart. London College soon rose to popularity when it started rubbing shoulders with academic giants of this country. Many upcoming schools which started in Uganda after the birth of our London College picked the name London College to take a pie of the market share, but our London College had amassed. From Professor Mukiibi was a man well endowed with many linguistic skills besides his mother tongue, that's Luganda. He was a trained teacher of literature and English. His stint in Kenya introduced him to Kikuyu and Kiswahili languages, but he loved French during his high school days. Paris Palais, the French campus, was constructed in 2005 in memory of his high school days and to cater for the French-speaking countries of this world. In 2007, Kabakazole campus was to be shifted with all its student staff and mobile assets to its present location at Kavule in Impigi district to give room for the newly hatched St. Lawrence University. With a motto, light your candle, St. Lawrence University came to answer the question after university, what next? And its niche is ICT and entrepreneurship. In 2013, the Academy of St. Lawrence was born to cater for the bright but needed students, and Laurencia Junior School was conceived to complete the equation. Our Laurencia students, can you stand up for recognition? Those are our Laurencia students. Thank you very much for attendance. Today we are celebrating 30 years of vivid existence, where we take stock of the achievements and challenges that we have gone through. We have remained visionaries in the education sector, and we have changed this outlook to look attractive for more players in the market. The traditional setup of schools has changed tremendously. New schools have come up, emulating the example of St. Lawrence University, St. Lawrence schools and colleges for the last 30 years as we lead the market. The Beauty by Works competition at St. Lawrence University has changed completely the whole landscape and context of Mr. and Miss Universities in Uganda. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi will be remembered for assisting his peers in setting up schools for themselves. Here I can mention the following schools that Professor added value at their inception. Mijera Secondary School in Nakasongola, Saku Secondary School in Wobblins, Baptist High School in Nyanama, Makindi Secondary School, Cambridge High School in Gaza, to mention about a few. Professor was the first chairperson of National Private School Association, NAPEA, an organization that was started to form a formidable force to lobby the equality in education space. Members of NAPEA around, I recognize you. Can you stand up for recognition if you're there? Mr. Hassan, most welcome. Mr. Dr. Hassan, most welcome. Tata Mujumba, most welcome. He was also a Rotarian, and members of the Rotary Club, you can stand up for recognition if you're around. Thank you very much. He was awarded a honorary doctorate from the Commonwealth University London and a honorary professorship from Jevain Afrique University, France. He was awarded National Hero status, the Naluba Medal in 2014, and the Independence Medal of Uganda for participating in various education projects by the President of Uganda, His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni. Professor Mukiibi won the Global Leadership Award and was voted Investor of the Year by Uganda Investment Authority. He was also the winner of the Presidential Transformers Award in the education sector in 2006. He was voted by the Booz Teeners for the best principal, and his St. Lawrence schools and colleges were rated in Uganda as top 50 brands during the Golden Jubilee. The schools were ranked 4-star schools, the highest category in Uganda. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was also given by the President of Uganda an appreciation award for UPE and UCE funds when he served as the Commissioner in the Judiciary of Inquiry into mismanagement of UPE funds between 2010 and 2012. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi's story still lives on. He was a true education icon, and his dream has sparked the new breed of young people who have emulated his narrative of being outstanding and providing solutions in his society through entrepreneurship. And I shall, and we shall forever remember him. Light your candle. I submit too.
Lord, I think we shall have photocopies of that presentation so that members can keep this history of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Once again, I welcome all of you who have come to this great occasion, the first Professor Lawrence Mukiibi Memorial Lecture. Ushers are around in case you want to stretch yourself. Ushers are around, they can lead you to the white building, that is the ICT building, ground floor. You'll be able to stretch yourselves from around that area. We welcome you, and at this juncture, I request the technical team to take us through a short memory lane of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi.
The life of a determined and resilient education giant. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was born on the 20th of February, 1948, to parents Mr. Petero Chimuli Semakula and Elizabeth Nabawanuka of Kavule Butenga, Masaka District. He attended Chansi Primary School and St. Leo Butenga Primary School for his primary education and St. Francis Xavier Villa Maria in Masaka for Junior 1 and 2. He joined St. Bernard Jesuira for his secondary education, and between 1973 to 1976, he attended Makerere University where he studied a bachelor's degree in education. During his career, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi received a PhD award from the Commonwealth University London and an honorary professorship from Jeven, Afrique, France. He was awarded a national hero status, the Nalubale Medal in 2014 and the Independence Medal of Uganda for participating in numerous educational projects by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Professor Mukiibi won the Global Leadership Award and was voted Investor of the Year by Uganda Investment Authority, UIA. He was also the winner of the Presidential Transformers Awards in the education sector in 2006. He was voted by the Bars Teenies for the best principal, and his St. Lawrence schools and colleges were rated in Uganda's top 50 brands during the Golden Jubilee. The schools were ranked 4-star schools, the highest category in Uganda. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was also given by the President of Uganda an Appreciation Award for UPE and USE funds when he served as a commissioner in the judicial inquiry into mismanagement of UPE funds between 2010 and 2012. Professor Mukiibi started out his work life in 1978, teaching at Kisii College in Kenya, and served diligently as head of Department of English till 1977. After 1 year in Kisii College, he moved to Masaba High School, Kenya, and served 1 year in the position of head of Department of English from 1978 to 1979. He was head of department, deputy headmaster, and headmaster of Afraha High School, Kenya from 1979 to 1989. He then returned to Uganda and was headmaster of Kampala Parent School for 2 years, 1990 to 1992. Using his experience acquired from teaching in Kenya, Professor Mukiibi ventured into his own investment and founded St. Lawrence Citizens High School, Kabaka's Lake Campus in Rubaga, now Crown City, in 1993, and this was followed by St. Lawrence Citizens High School, Creamland in Nabingo in 1997, London College of St. Lawrence in 2022, Paris in 2005, the Academy St. Lawrence for Underprivileged Students in 2013, St. Lawrence Junior School and St. Lawrence University in 2007. Because of his love for service, Professor Mukiibi found time outside his busy schedule to serve as Rotarian, PHE. During his time of service, he was given 2 Central Awards in recognition. He also served as the president Uganda Convention of Principals and appointed a member of the Presidential Awards Committee by the President of Uganda. You will always be remembered for the tremendous contribution you made to Uganda, the people of Uganda, and the education sector. May you continue to rest in peace, Professor Lawrence Mukiibi.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is a director of the Institute of Biometric Technology and Systems Analysis in the University of Witten-Herdecke, that is the first private university in Germany. He is also a specialist in computer science, mathematics, and applied informatics. He is a postdoctoral fellow, but changed his life or field to biophysics and biochemistry. He is also a multidisciplinary expert, and he is a reviewer of many journals in the field of biotechnology and ICT. He is now partnering with other universities to establish a private technical university of applied science in Uganda, and he is also the publisher of the research gate for any search.
This is to Switzerland and the best ones. But the wheel and the rest to couple to the generator, that we can do. And after the machine engineers have done that, the electric engineers come. And they connect that to the real network in our campus. And at the end, the informatics the informatic engineers do the steering and the intelligent steering to keep the network on the campus stable. What you see here is total integration of different fields, so the professors have to work as well together as different students. And they learn to communicate to each other, and they learn to organize the projects. And this is what you need later in life. You don't need to know what is standing in the book. You need to know how do I work at a company or wherever. And this is always real life. You are not alone, you are together with others, and it is good if you know this. So, all this has to be in a university, in a curriculum. So we have first the curriculum of the university, and if we want to go together with the industry, we have the curriculum of the industry, and then we have different topics, the storage lake, we have buildings, and so on, and so on. And we have different tasks, and in each task you learn something of both of these curricula. After that, you have also, okay. After that, you have the possibility to make your degrees in both sizes. Now is the question, why shall we make it so complicated? Dual studies, project learning. Yeah, it is first very motivating. So because it is fun. If you do things directly after you have learned what is theory, or you understand what you have done theoretically, then it is fun. And it is fun for teachers because they, every time something is totally different. It's not like last year or the year before, so it is fun. The other thing is you get high competence, not only in your field, also interdisciplinary competence, because you have to work together with others. And at the end, you get a high learning impact, because the impact of learning is higher as more you move the learned ones, and the more you are going to act on that what you have learned. Your brain will then be perfect in learning. Thank you.
See, protocol observed, I take the honor to have the university journal presented to you and launched today. But before we go into that, I stand here with the Director Postgraduate School and the Deputy Director Postgraduate School, because that is where research and innovation is anchored at this university. As we go into this, I must recognize the presentation that has just been made by Dr. Elmer. We highly appreciate that. St. Lawrence University is an urban university surrounded by the industry. So what you are talking about is something that is very close to what we can do. We have a prototype similar to that through internships, but as you said, that was not the best way. I think in a few years to come, we shall invite you when we have adopted your model. Thank you very much. Going back to the journal, in the academic year 2017-2018, St. Lawrence University, as a rapidly growing university in Uganda, underpinned by ICT and business, decided to start a university journal, the Journal of Innovative Technologies and Business for Sustainable Development. When you listen to the name, you clearly feel that it's about technology, ICT, and about business. So we started this journal with 4 major sections. We have sections to do with entrepreneurship. We have a section to do with sustainable development. We have a section to do with innovative business management. And we have a general section that takes care of all the other aspects. It's that journal that brings to us, showcases, brings about the visibility of research and the innovation that this university is engaged in. Our lecturers at their different levels engage in research as persons, but we also have student research. Our student research is aimed at being first-class quality so that it is written up into research papers. And in this, students work together with their supervisors to generate those research papers that are finally reviewed, peer-reviewed by the editorial board, and we get them published in this journal. As we speak today, this year, we have already produced in 2022, at the end of 2022 November, the 4th journal for St. Lawrence University, the 4th volume of the university journal. And we take the honor today to have the journal launched after we have seen its growth from the 1st volume to the 4th volume. And I must say that this is not just theoretical presentation of the growth to you, but we have practically observed that our students and the lecturers have gradually grown into the culture of research and publishing their research. And we highly recognize them for that. Having said all that, I welcome my teacher, Professor Rutaro Bossa, to have the journal launched today in the presence of the Home of Research and Innovations. So again, it's not only a dummy, but we also have the first and up to the third volumes of the journal available already with the university. And in our policy, we agreed to have these journals, copies, shared with other universities. We have already distributed a good number to different institutions of higher learning. So thank you very much, Professor Rutaro Bosa. Our journal, the Journal of Innovative Technologies and Sustainable Development, is launched today on the 17th of 2023, February, when the university is 30 years of entrepreneurial education, as founded by our father, the late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. We thank you very much.
Professor should at least have the launch statement.
The efforts made by St. Lawrence University are evidenced by what is produced in a journal. Therefore, it is important that all those universities now at least copy this from St. Lawrence, that they have university journals in spite of publishing in other international journals. I thank you.
Probably, sorry to, professors always want to make things clear. You see that we have put a symbol of a circle. Now, this is the focus of education at St. Lawrence University. We have the technologies, we have entrepreneurship, we have business. And at St. Lawrence University, we believe that it's those three that can enable us to attain sustainable development. So this is the way we present our education framework, and it is all within the context of innovation. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, the Director and the Deputy Director, and thank you for your indulgence and attention.
Thank you very much, the journal team, and thank you, Professor Bosa. Andrew, Banda, take us for a short break as we prepare to welcome our guest speaker.
very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King. No more crying there, we are going to see the King. No more crying there, we are going to see the King. No more crying there, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King. See the King. No more dying there, we are going to see the King. No more dying there, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King.
Our fellow Laurentians, you can stand up and clap as we conclude that. We are very sure soon and very soon we shall see the King.
Yeah, soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Oh, soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Yeah, soon and very soon we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, 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 we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah, we are going to see the King.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, Andrew. Truthfully speaking, very soon we shall see the King, because we believe Professor whom we are commemorating has seen the King and is with the Lord. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker we are going to have is an international consultant on economic transformation in Africa. He is a UN consultant on analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on the manufacturing sector. He is also the chairman of the RIV group of companies, and this very speaker we are going to have was awarded a Golden Jubilee Independence Medal for the significant contribution to Uganda's development. He is also a reviewer and designer of many strategic plans in sub-Saharan Africa. He is a member of the World Bank Consultative Group that developed the African Plan of Action. He is a specialist in economics and entrepreneurship. He is a Rotarian, and he is a graduate of the London School of Economics, an MSc and PhD scholar from Makerere University, and a great friend of the St. Lawrence University. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Augustus Nuwagaba, our keynote speaker. Professor, you're most welcome. Thank you very much. Another round of applause as the professor comes. Thank you for loving St. Lawrence, and you're most welcome, Professor.
I'm going to go to Nigeria and use Nigerian way, because the people who are here are very complicated in the audience, as I can see. So apart from knowing professors, Professor Katerega and others whom we are in the same club, I may not know very much everybody who is here, but you are most welcome to this great occasion. The Vice Chancellor, members of staff, members of board, parents and students, we are very, very glad to be here this evening. My name is Augustus Nwagaba, as I have been told. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm a businessman by force. After fighting with President Museveni for a very long time, as chairman of professors in Uganda for 4 years, and after getting the 15 million, we are not getting the largest amount of money, but we are also not the poorest professors now, after fighting with the government for a very long time. With Professor Sibambi, I was with Professor Sibambi in the boxing ring and the others, and we have managed to get that small money from government. So I've been here for some time, and I've been working quite with a number of countries. I'm going to be very, very brief. Why? Because most of the things have already been said, especially by my colleague here from Germany. I have a Germany case here, and I'm very, very glad I'm going to jump that section, because he has really elaborated in detail that dual qualification framework, which is also from China. So that's what China is using. I am a Ugandan. I'm a Mukiibi by profession, and before 10 minutes you'll see that already. You'll be seeing it, because we are the most open people. As you know, if I don't like you, I will tell you I don't like you. That's what our mothers tell us. And if I love you, I just tell you I love you so much. If I say I don't want you to be in my house, and Mukiibi tells you that, and you are 1 minute in front of him, you don't know what will happen to you. So you'll excuse me where I become too much for you, but I'm going to be very, very successful in making this presentation. I will effectively present what you told me to do, and I'm going to read something very simple, which are just contradictions. Every other thing has been said. So let me go to business. I'm going to tell you what Professor Mukiibi stood for. That one you already been told. He was, in summary, the works of a good man smell good, and they can also blossom in dust. That's how I can summarize him. I will then proceed and present what the Ugandan education sector is, practically what it is, and theoretically what we have been doing. I will elaborate what we have been doing at Makerere. For us, having been at Makerere for almost 30 years, and for us in the language of education, at the same level with President Museveni, except to use different languages. So you can clap for me if you want. I'm a professor of economics. President Museveni is a professor of military. We are all professors, except in different languages. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to speak as a professor at some level. I will speak at the farm at some level. I will speak at a businessman. I'm a businessman in full brim. And I will then conclude by presenting our education system as a major contradiction. It is a very major contradiction. I will in fact pose the question whether our education system is not creating more poverty than creating wealth if we put children in school, thinking that through intergenerational wealth flow we are going to be better than what we anticipated? I will pose that question and I will get answers from you. I want to welcome everybody here. My name is, as you have been told, Augustus Nwagaba. I'm a Ugandan and I've been working here and abroad. I've lived in London also for some time, and I know what happens in Germany, I know what happens in Brazil, I know what happens in 192 countries as we speak right now. I'm going to show that education, it is not projecting on the slide. I don't know what is happening. Can it? Yeah? We are going to have a few concepts. One of them is education. What is education? I'll move very, very quickly. Education is cognitive, that's 3 levels. We teach at 3 levels, also at the university. We teach you cognitively. As an economist, we know if you're an economist here, you know that an indifference curve will never cross another. The consumption theory dictates if an indifference curve shifts, consumption has shifted, and relatively better life has come. That is cognitive education. Capital of Kenya is Nairobi. How does that help you? What stupidity is that, really, to continue teaching people like that? If the capital of Kenya is Nairobi, what use is it? And then children come in the university, spend 4 years eating our beans and posho for knowing that. That in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, we have the highest production of wheat, followed by Ukraine. What kind of stupidity is that? So we teach people cognitively, which doesn't help. The second level is psychomotor education, which they do. That's why we admire Professor Mukiibi. I think we can again give him a very loud of applause. Because Professor Mukiibi was talking about the do, which is the psychomotor education. This is what my friend here in Germany was talking about. For them, they are philosophy of teaching. I've been studying Germany very, very, very closely. There is nobody here, for your information, who wants to get married and is not driving a German machine. If these people tell you that he wants to get married, not in a German machine, he's just telling lies, he doesn't have money. They're just telling you lies. Everybody wants a German machine, be it BMW, Mercedes-Benz. Why? Because Germany use what we call precision engineering. And it is picked from, you didn't go into detail, it is picked from S2, our similar level of S2 here. So for them, you decide either to remain in academic work or to go to vocational training. Here. Our parents do not want to hear the word vocational training. This is a major contradiction. They are taken as secondary class citizens. But Germany, using precision technology in education after S2, not to continuing with academic and going to vocational training. Germany, let me tell you, is the best economy in Europe out of the 27 countries we have. And it's the 4th in the entire world. Can we clap for Germany? For picking education that speaks to transformation and also to livelihoods. They are not in education as the child is born and you go for baptism and then confirmation and those are the symbols to become a Christian. That's not how the Germans are behaving. That's not how China is behaving. China is also using a dual qualification framework where, if I'm an economist now, I was at the London School of Economics, I should have graduated from Houghton Street with Bachelor of our degrees at the University of London are all Master of Science. I should have come with a Master of Science in Economics and Master of Science in Plumbing. Master of Science in Economics, Master of Science in Electronics. That's how China is teaching their children. It is called dual qualification framework. But for us here, our parents' pride in my son and my daughter in the university, it has gone to the university, without knowing exactly what is going to be the benefit from that university. So that's the major difference that we have from what these people are doing. Until I've worked in all these countries, I've not kept quiet to know these things in any way, but somehow it is not done. I tell it Uganda, tukola n'abagenda. We go with people who are going. We are not waiting for anyone to move. Skills mixed development is what he has been talking about. You go to university to get a skill which makes you move. Then you have, in Uganda, I think we have so many tribes here, but the best one I like is it's the Baganda who puts it in the best way. Education should provide what you call, in Uganda it is called Obuntu Bolamu, Omusajja Omukakamu, Obwerufu. It should create a holistic person who is really admired by society. And if you see a professor, Professor Nwaga was a professor, you look at me, just look at me. What am I lacking from calling me a professor? Tell me what I'm lacking. But if you look at the professor, he's putting on a shirt which is used to sieve tea. Trousers are torn. How can I inspire my son to be a professor? Or my daughter who was here, who studied from here. The reason why I brought that daughter here of my sister, here for us, our children of the entire extended family is your child. I brought Joanne here. This university was not here, it was still just a secondary school. Here in this compound. Because I admired the cleanliness which Professor Mukiibi was preaching here. And I was told when I was in S2 that godliness is the first virtue. And then the second one to godliness is what? Is cleanliness. So I brought this daughter here. Daughter studied from here as your alumni. And I met Professor Mukiibi. I didn't meet him physically to interact in a number of ways. But when we took our children at Kampala Parents School, that's where everybody would be hearing the Professor Mukiibi. And all good things that were talked about was Professor Mukiibi. And then I said, why can't we take children to this school? So my own son now, biological son, finished Kampala Parents, using the legacy of Professor Mukiibi. He's also, of course, I forced him. I don't know whether I did something very good, Professor, but he's also an economist who followed his father, and he's not doing very poorly. For us, we are not competing with anyone. My mother told me to work hard, be competitive, continue driving people. People will give you what you want instead of competing with them. For me, that's the philosophy I use. I copy from you the good thing, copy from us the good thing, and move forward. Don't compete, don't waste time with competing with anyone. Like these professors who are here, don't compete with your student. How can my student compete with me? By the time with the student I'm teaching, and that in Makerere, you don't give the children first class because the children is going, you competing with me, you try. If you want to compete with me, you try. We shall see. Professors cannot compete with children. By the time you want to compete with me, I have already finished 5 degrees. I'm on my fifth degree now as I speak right now. So tell me, by the time you get me, I will be having how many? You cannot compete with your professor. Let everybody do what you are supposed to do, and then you move. So consumption, education is for consumption. I also wanted to tell you that, and then I will finish. And it is, I should meet you as an educated person, and you must have water to give me. If I meet you in New York, and I've been teaching you, I meet you at 8th Street. Those who are working in our fields, you know what 8th Street means. Then you should be able to buy me lunch. That Pennsylvania Avenue there. But if you look the other way, and you want me to take me to Manhattan there in the slums, I know now what I taught. So people who are teaching, we are also in the dock with our students. The way they evaluate us also is that they now reflected in the students whom we have. You cannot claim that me I taught, it doesn't matter now where my students are. They evaluate us from where our students are. And for me, if I meet my students at JF Kennedy Airport, I was in Houston, in Texas, just in May. I never picked on my bags. We were picked by my students. Those who had come from Boston, from Texas, from where I never pick my bag on any airport. And that's for us, we don't have a lot of money. But for us, we have a lot of power. How can I pick my bag when you are my student and you are there? As an economist, how can I buy lunch that day when you are there? As an economist, what kind of economics would I would have taught you at that level? You are the one to buy my lunch there, and that's only what I want from you. I don't want anything else. I don't want anything else. The students who are here, and you happen to listen to me. So it's a consumption good. Education is a consumption good, pure. The way you see food, the way you go to Serena and eat, it is a consumption good. If I come to your house, nothing to eat, you are highly educated, you just pretend that you never, even tell me you never went to school. It is not good to say you went, which school did you go to? That you cannot put food on the table. And of course, it is an investment commodity. We invest in education to be better in your community, to bring your father and mother to be better people. That's what Professor Mukiibi was emphasizing, to be clean, to be presentable. These are people who call educated people. You need to see how did I become a professor even? Me, I don't know even how I became a professor. But I had my sister Lydia, for us, because of respecting our sisters very much, we call them aunties. So she's called Aunt Lydia. She's one of the first girls, Dr. Sarah, to go to Gayaza, from Kabali to go to Gayaza was news. And I remember she was with Hope Chivenjeri. Those were one or two girls in the entire Kabali district who in that year, I think somewhere around 1971 or 72, were called to be at Gayaza. And that's news. Why? Because we knew that after they have come, it is an investment in the whole village. Then she went to Makerere. Whenever we see her putting on a Mary Stewart t-shirt or Mary Stewart hall, my friend, I said I have to be at Makerere because I saw the girl is so beautiful and she's my sister, but extremely beautiful. When you just see her, see your sister and also you recognize this one is really beautiful. Having been at Mary Stewart in Makerere. So I said, no, there's something very good in education. So by studying, I didn't put a lot of, by instinct, or just by most of the things became instinctively. And I didn't think very much about it until my sister became my model. Even now, she's still my model, having come from Gayaza and talk about Mary Stewart Hall. Why can't I go to Makerere? What should stop me? I found myself at Makerere, then found there are people like Professor Sivambe, Professor Mamudani, said this is where the world is. Where else is the world? For us, we are enjoying life. In education, we are enjoying life. It's an investment, it's consumption. We are not focusing on very many things. For us, we are focusing on betterment of society. And that's what we have been doing. Then I want to interest you to something called strategic fit. Strategic fit, I'm currently working in 26 countries. I'm building a model for explaining why Germany is, for example, the best economy in Europe. I think 3.2 now, trillion GDP, Y is equal to C plus I. Do you have economists here? Plus X minus M plus G is equal to $3.2 trillion. Y is equal to C plus I plus X minus M plus G plus E. E, I'm the one who has added it in that national income accounts. Is equal to $22.4 trillion now for United States. C plus I plus X minus M plus G minus E because of environmental components, very environmental components. I've been at the University of Edinburgh. I wanted to see just the house where Adam Smith was living. Said I cannot be an economist when I haven't seen his house. So I went to Earth Institute at Edinburgh. I wanted to know how to speak very effectively using very few words. And I was there for 3 months in Scotland. Is that $40.3 billion which we have, where is it coming from? Who knows where Uganda is? What are you known for? Even as an individual, who knows you? You are a professor of what? How can you be a professor and people don't know you? This is a very, very big shame. You're educated and people don't know you. You just get fizzled out in the community. How? This is what this is. And then the last one is the Blue Ocean Strategy and how I wish everybody is working like St. Lawrence. It is very, very hard not to know St. Lawrence, of course, empire. For us, we call it an empire of education sector. And President Museveni was not by mistake to have awarded you that award. Because the moment you mention St. Lawrence, everybody knows what it is. This is what we call a strategic fit. I wish everybody was working at strategic fit level, and those whom God will allow to operate at a higher level, you now work at what you call blue ocean level. We have what you call blue ocean companies. Mercedes-Benz, as has been talking about, Apple, which companies are operating. Let me use English language. Some of us studied English from far. It's not our mother language. Me, I studied 500 kilometers from here. But if you want to speak with me, you come here, these people will vote. There's no problem. Education is everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you are in Namagunga, whether you are in King's College Budo, whether you are in St. Lawrence, whether you are in Kisoro. For me, I studied in Kabali. Exactly 417 kilometers to my bedroom from here. But if you want us to speak, why didn't they select you to come and be the one to speak? If you studied in Budo and King's College, if you are King's College and Namagunga, why didn't they select you? We can excel wherever we are. And that concept is called Blue Ocean Strategy. It is operating beyond the competition. It is operating beyond the witchcraft. These people like a lot of witchcraft. It's operating beyond your stepmother syndrome. For me, when exams time come, my stepmother bewitched me and my eyes don't see the examination numbers properly. She's the one who is responsible for my fate. What kind of stupidity is that? Africans, you better stop that kind of thinking and work on what you call Blue Ocean Strategy. I don't have time to explain it. It's a concept I'm developing with Professor Dynamite Munkumba from South Africa. And we are going to present it in New York shortly. But the way it works is that people just call your name in a meeting in Italy, in a meeting in Nairobi. I don't need to compete. Why? These people need to bribe. Every job you want, you need to bribe. Why do you need to bribe? Because you are buying that benefit stream. Why? Because you are incapable of providing at Blue Ocean level. Otherwise, if you are working at Blue Ocean level, like some of us are doing, why do you need to bribe? Let me make a statement here. If Uganda National Development Plan or East African Development Strategy formulation wanted a person to formulate that plan, I will keep quiet. I will not bid. Who is going to listen? Let me be very proud, really. Let me be very proud here. You can quote me. Who is going to be in that meeting? Talking about macroeconomic policy framework and performance. And some of us are not in that meeting. Rest in peace, Governor Mukiibi was not in that meeting. I was not in that meeting. Keith Muhakans was not in that meeting. Louis II was not in. What hell is this? This is what Blue Ocean is about, strategy is about. Who was doing invitation? Are we together? Who was doing invitation? What stupidity is this? What stupidity is this? And many people will come and reach at the gate. They will go away. They will not be in that meeting. So you continue with your corruption. I've just told the president and the cabinet the other day in Chankwanzi. The reason why Uganda is operating in this zigzag form in which you find yourself in is because of that lack of strategic fit and Blue Ocean strategy. Who you are known for what? If you Ugandans, you are not in Brussels, in WTO, who is going to miss you? What will the world market miss if you don't take there your products? That's what we mean. So if you cannot make the market to stumble, Psalms 127 says, when my enemies come, they will stumble. That's what David is saying. And how I can make you really make world market, make Washington, D.C., at the World Bank stumble, because Uganda has held a certain product on the world market. Yesterday we were seeing Barcelona and what? And my team, Man U, with Rashford. You see how Rashford brought that game back. If Rashford is not in Man U now, do you think Ten Hag will be, we shall allow him to be in that? Just shall we allow him, those who are Man U? Shall we allow him? How many visitors go to Paris, France, every year? Put up your hand if you know. And how many visitors come to Uganda? 200 million, and Ugandans you can clap because now you are ahead of Kenya. Kenya receives 1.3 million visitors every year. Uganda will get to now 1.48. Tubasinga kwa timitwalo 18, mtwalo kumuka 8. That's mtwalo kumuka 8, mtwalo 18. Which is a very big achievement. But what are people coming here to see? If they didn't come to Uganda, what would they miss? When France is receiving 200 million, you have seen those stadia of both La Liga and Premier League. What did these people do to have football operate at that level? This is what you call the blue ocean strategy and strategic fit in terms of production and productivity. And Uganda want to discourage you from doing what you call, let's use the correct English. Let me not use a lot of economics. It is called rapid deindustrialization. Your country has been a country in a hurry. Premature deindustrialization. Because the economy moves from primary, secondary, to tertiary, to knowledge base. There's no way you can move from primary to knowledge base. Or then you move from primary to service sector. That's why you see those stadiums full. Have you ever asked? Especially the football between Arsenal and Man U. Have you ever seen it? Put up your hand. If you have ever seen any seat, there is no person. Put up your hand, tell you. Why? Because those people have been moving properly. The education system introduced created capacity for people to create money. Everybody can. They have what we call aggregate demand. Everybody has something to pick out of his pocket to her pocket and buy. So factories therefore go there. Now actually that movement is going to China now. China is attracting approximately 48% of the entire global direct foreign investment. Why? Because also China is doing the same thing which Britain was doing in about 1760. And Britain cannot be at that level where China is now. So Britain will be moving to another level of just being in the football match. And everybody now in the world comes to, anybody who is in London and you cannot be at Old Trafford, put up your hand. All of you will go to Old Trafford, all of you are going to Stamford Bridge, everybody. Why? Because they have created that niche which now defines them, and that's what everybody wants to. So that education we give you should define you and also have something you can sell which other people don't have. If you don't have that, it is education which is a potea. It just missed everything that you should be able to do. So I want to have 3 words, and then others will be annex charge. In education, we have Kairos, we have Kaizen, and when we have dual qualification framework, which has been talked about. Kairos means something very simple. It just means grabbing the opportunity. Those children who are in this school like now, who are at the university, grab that opportunity. And if you are a very good teacher, a very good professor, grab that opportunity. It may not come again. Politicians like Dr. Sarah here know it very well. For them, in politics can come in only 30 seconds. And if it doesn't find you there, gone. So Kairos is grabbing the opportunity and never lose that. In the entire education system, what we are doing is that you are looking into yourself and then seeing what can you do and grab and then eventually get the benefit stream. Some of us captured economics, for you are going to capture finance, others will capture. Most of us, eventually, let me speak to students, the students who are here. It is better to be a graduate of multiversity rather than being a graduate of the university. Because now, in the 21st century, it is the era of ICT and the communication. ICT and the communication are not disciplines. These are not entrepreneurship. It's not a discipline. These are languages which make money. These are languages which make money. Languages which make competitiveness, which build human capabilities, which build employability, so that you are not schooled only. Because most of us are just schooled. without capabilities. If somebody came in on this door, MTN, Airtel, because this now contribute 43.3% of GDP. Y is equal to C plus I plus X minus M plus G is equal to 40.3 billion. Where do this money come from? I'm going to show it very shortly here. Is that is in services, which is basically telecoms and banking. So if somebody came looking for somebody to employ and they want 2 people here, how many are you there that you will be taken? This is what you should be thinking about, rather than following sheepishly to everybody because the class is very big. That's where you want to go. Never, let me, what has Professor said on this campus this afternoon, never join bandwagons. This is one of your take-home. I've started with take-homes now. Professor Nwagaba has said in this campus today, never follow bandwagons. Don't follow many people. Even in heaven, we tell you that the door is very narrow. Do you know that? Why are you following many people? So don't take a discipline which has very many people. Take a discipline which is very unique. People look for you. Like now, after finishing the 4th degree, and the 4th degree I did it as a professor. Being a professor already, I still went to class. Why? Because of our company was growing big. And whenever I'm in a meeting, either in Europe, in the US, where people are talking about statement of comprehensive income, balance sheet, the one you have been calling balance sheet, those who are ancient, statement of financial what? Position. The one with these people call balance sheet, those who have not been with good teachers. I couldn't understand those languages. I said, by the way, how long does it take for me to do financial accounting, management accounting, international finance? How long would it take me? Just registered, the office was just near my office, and graduated, and you can just clap for me before I tell you. And I want to thank you very much because you are people of very high faith by clapping on something you don't know. Is that I registered as a professor for the 4th degree, and my specialization was in the operations of the central bank with the commercial bank competitiveness. How the commercial banks work with the central bank. You know, in Uganda at that time, that's when we were having problems. The traders, we are giving a lot of sleepless nights to our former governor, Mukiibi. So I just went to class. And my dissertation is on that. And the reason why I said you clap for me, I was the best student here in East and Southern Africa. In getting a 4th degree. I'm on a 5th degree now. That has now made me understand what finance is about, the finance language and so on. So I can manage our large company now. So you move with that, what education is about. It is for doing, not just for purposes of waiting for baptism and confirmation. So I manage the company very well now. It is one of the most competitive companies. Brief Consult International. We handle large projects, World Bank projects, and basically telling African. We have done national development plan for Uganda for 2 years. The 3rd time I said I'll let another person do it. Then we have done East African strategy. We advise World Bank on feedback, survey performance, and we want to ensure that African countries can compete effectively on the global market. I was recently in Geneva. We have a small consulate, not yet a full embassy. Our products cannot get through Benelux and WTO because of one factor, and that is, yesterday you saw Rashford. Let me repeat it, and how we suffered under those two equalizers when really Rashford were done very serious work. The reason, just the reason, the only reason why your products cannot go beyond, especially regional markets now, is precisely you never appear on these screens. Because I was in the Sainsbury's supermarket, I was in Tesco supermarket. These are the large supermarkets in London, and our bananas cannot reach Sainsbury's. Neither can they ever be in Tesco. Why? The only yellow bananas you can get from Sainsbury's and Tesco, these are large stores, is simply who knows where Uganda is located. Who knows where Uganda is located? They only have bananas from Jamaica. Why? They know who's in who? Borrowed. And they think the banana he's of course eating is the best. While actually the bananas in Jamaica are Musa. Do you know Musa? With very, very high starch content. For us here, we don't eat that. We use it for making this warrage, which is very, very crude warrage. It's a very crude alcoholic drink. In Uganda, who can eat that? As if we are lacking food. But then your food don't get what you call guarantees. A guarantee is a safety. In English language, it's just safety. That when I sell this product, then, and this country goes for war or whatever happens, I will not get any problem. So we don't have guarantees. Then there is an issue of Ugandans, which is the issue of packaging and then quality of products. They don't reach these markets, including those of you who are educated. Especially these educated people have left business for the non-educated, who never know how to package, they never know how to talk, they don't know how to do anything, and they are the ones handling our business. Those who are economists, they are the ones handling our big X and minus that M, which I've been doing here in the air. They know it very well if I'm talking to economists. What we call our trade balance is currently negative 4.11, to be very specific, $1 billion per year. Why? Because the educated people have abandoned business. I've left just business to these other uneducated people who are not able to compete effectively in global markets. And this is what we are having, negative trade balance of negative $4.11 billion per year. What does this mean in English language? You are creating employment to other people in those countries with that money which you are donating. Kaizen is continuous learning. Therefore, you need continuous learning. After being a professor, I'm continuously now. What I'm going to study now, which I've started, is called financial derivatives. I'm going to do a 5th degree in financial derivatives in East Africa. We are not going to be more than 3 people who have that degree. I can never do something which many people are doing. And this one determines money which moves in the air. Like this Northern Bypass Express Highway, I can determine Express Highway $600 million for 22 kilometers, and how much money we are getting every day, 284 million per day on one tour. That means the plowback is just divide that about 14 years. I can be able to hedge against that money and then tell the government of Uganda, Minister of Finance, you will make money out of this. Then you can have Ginger Express Highway, which will generate about 542 million per day. If we're getting 284 million per day on the Ginger Express Highway, having spent $600 million. So this is the issues where education is about. Rather than knowing that Kampala has got roads. They have got roads for doing what? So let me run very quickly. So what has happened is that education has failure. Uganda's education has failed to speak to the needs of the people, and I will stop at that. And the problem is that investment, also I want to congratulate St. Lawrence group and the empire of schools. Because many private sector schools have tended to invest in very quick and easy subjects. And I'm going to show you shortly. And eventually you don't invest in science and technology because these are expensive. And then we have, of course, theoretical disciplines which do not add much. So this paper, therefore, is looking at education capabilities and transformation, and I'm going to do that very, very effectively. Which education speaks to economy? I want to, it is not moving. Can you move quickly? Yeah, move. Yeah, there. Which education, how does education in Uganda, for example, speak? I'm about to finish. Speak to our country. If you look at this graph, I'm going to explain it in the English language. This graph means that in the 1960s, our sector, which was the greatest sector, was agriculture. You'll see that green graph, contributing 54% GDP. So our Y is equal to C plus I plus X minus M plus G minus E is equal to $40.3 billion. In America, I've told you it is 22.4 trillion. In Germany, it's about 3.2 trillion. Is that thing has changed. As you can see now, what is driving agriculture has collapsed. As you can see now, it is the green graph now is the lowest currently. The services sector, that purple one, has taken over the place of agriculture sector. Then industry has having those who know mathematics very well. The constant gradient y is equal to mx plus c. The y is equal to mx plus c is that the gradient function for industry has remained constant. In other words, we have not done much in industry. We have done much in the services sector. Can you imagine? That's what this graph is saying. And the agriculture sector has collapsed actually. But where is the employment of the population? Is the other way around now in the opposite direction? At 76% is in agriculture, less than 5% in services. So if you put a football match, therefore, in nature, how many people will come to see that football match? This is what it means. Relative to when Arsenal and Man U have put a football match, whose value, in total value that day, actually UK gets approximately 242 million pounds. That's the value of that football match. When you calculate the entire extramural costs, shadow pricing, 2.42 million pounds. Why? Because the education speaks to the economy. How does your budget therefore speak to your agriculture sector? And this is the one now. Let me show you bring the next one. The issue now is, let me bring you just 5 countries: South Korea, under General Park Chung-hee, US, China. Then you can have just a few countries: Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana. Uganda has been fighting. Tanzania has never fought a war. These are the same. And I was arguing with the President Museveni the other day in Chankwanzi, but he was asking me, Professor, if this graph, we were just discussing that graph with the President, and he was saying, since Tanzania did not fight, and Uganda was fighting, was just presenting to the entire cabinet and PSCs, how come the behavior is the same? But you can see what Singapore did and Malaysia. Can you see Singapore and Malaysia? That is Singapore and Malaysia, and I will finish with what they did on education that transformed that. For us, Uganda is red. Those who know mathematics, y is equal to mx plus c. M is 0. The gradient function is 0. Why? Nothing has really happened in terms of transformation. But Singapore and Malaysia have done wonders, as you can see. Let's move because of lack of time, and then I explain. Is that for us, enrollment is 148. 1,000 people continue. This is very good news. Yesterday in Makerere we had a lot of celebrations. Continue as we finish. The level of enrollment is very, very high. However, we have an issue of relevance of that education, and then unemployment without education. Let's move quickly. This one I'm showing you the disciplines that we are teaching. The entire disciplines in the country. I got all universities, including St. Lawrence here. And we have got about quite a number of disciplines, 420 disciplines, which we are teaching. But out of that, 236 are in humanities. Only 20 are in science. And my brother from Germany told you, the behavior which he presented is the direct relationship with what we have here. And that's the scenario we have. The contradiction, therefore, is, could it be possible that the education we have is really creating impoverishment rather than livelihoods? Keep that question. Let's move. Financing. Let's go to financing. Most of the financing here, 65%, and has been constant, is for primary education. And Germany has already told you for them it is technical education. Actually, in Germany, I was in Dortmund. When was that? Then I was in Hamburg. The one here they call Hamburger. I was in Hamburg. In Germany, if they invite you for a wedding, he didn't tell you. The person who goes on the high table, who sits near the bride and the groom, like here, is the person who is here. I don't know whether he has been invited. I'm sure you must have been invited in a wedding, if you are not too much of a professor. The person who comes near the high table of bride and the groom is the person holding, what do you call it? These spanners 11 to 18. Whatever you spanners, kugari 11, kugari 18. Those spanners are barazihuba. For us here, when people want to pose, he has just bought a Primo. This is the cheapest German car which he bought either through thieving, stole money. He just bought it in the bond here, or through his friend. Like 8 million, you can get it. Now, he's also, he poses that he has a car, which he has just bought. So he's the biggest man. Of course, he stole the money. And on the wedding for us, he's the one they give the high table. Those who have stolen the money in the government and they are all here, they can testify. If I'm telling lies, he's the one who becomes a canon in the church. Here in the religious institutions, they are pillars of the church and of this society, so that one gets high table. So their values, the value system. Come on. Let me turn my face now. Let me become a real Muchiga. What is your value system? Lee Kuan Yew, his other name is Harry. He was with the professor. He was with the Honorable Abu Mayanja. They were at the University of Cambridge. They were seated at the same table. Lee Kuan Yew lives, they were both of them in London, in the UK. Lee Kuan Yew goes to Singapore. In 1958, there, end of 1957-58, Honorable Abu Mayanja Rip comes to Uganda. He was one of our professional ministers. Both of them come. Both of them are very excellent lawyers. We have Abu Mayanja here. We have Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. In 1991, by the time Lee Kuan Yew leaves State House in Singapore, GDP, per capita GDP, Y is equal to C plus I plus X minus M plus G minus E divided by total population in Singapore was about $186 million. By the time he leaves, 32,400. As I speak now, you Google it out. It changes every minute. But it's one of the best countries in the world. What did Lee Kuan Yew do? For him, he saw education. First of all, he abolished subjects which are not necessary. Left engineering, left management science. For them, they call it management science. And then also created public service. For them, they have one public service in Singapore. You go there and see whether you have your confusion here, which is the confusion you normally like. And in that public service, he appoints you. The way President Museveni, he appointed Jennifer Musi. That's exactly what happens in Singapore. And so what Jennifer Musi did in Kampala. Exactly, that's how Singapore does their things. The entire public service, they appoint you in the public service and it's up to you and they sign you with a contract. See what you do. That's why the education which Lee Kuan Yew came with from UK. Honorable Abu Mayanja comes in the same education, is our very, very senior minister. He also rests in peace. No change, you saw the graph. I was in London also. As far as I know, we had children from France. My roommates were Dominic. Dominic, his mother was the secretary of Victoria Motors here. These vehicles, Victoria Motors, most of us are Toyotas. Most of us here, by those not German cars, you excuse us. Because first of all, your currency is overvalued. So it's not possible. You are like Americans. Ask how many people here are driving a Chevrolet. We have only Andrew Mwenda Jeep, and I think a Chevrolet will be 102. For us, still we are Japan. Why? Their currency is really undervalued, highly undervalued. Together with China, we can get their products. Their products are very competitive in foreign markets. Why? Their currency is highly undervalued. I'm in economics class now. Those who are not, you go to your disciplines. Nobody forced you to not take ours. Everybody advertise your discipline now. When a country's currency is overvalued, your products become less competitive in foreign markets. And if your currency is undervalued like China, Japan, then your commodities become very, very good in foreign markets. That's why I advise government here, when the dollar, the shilling now 3,800, 3,630, we want to become happy. If so that our work is to ensure that the Bank of Uganda, that our shilling should buy 100 shillings, $1. That would be disastrous. If 100 shillings of Uganda bought $1, the Bank of Uganda would be mad to be on the market to ensure that they buy all the dollars on the market. That's what we would advise immediately. Why? Because we have exporters who would stop anything that we're exporting. And this is the education that these people brought. So the education you have, I want to challenge you, what is it doing? Let's move very, very quickly and finish. I'm finishing in 5 minutes. Therefore, the issue is not that you go to school, but the importance is coming to school. And of course, what Singapore did to ensure that they are graph with Malaysia. Malaysia was under Badewa. Badewa was here. I was with Badewa here in Serena, 2007. Because I had been appointed, I'm the one who represented all of you. You can, by the way, clap for me there. If you want, those who don't want, you have a nugu, just keep with your nugu. I was appointed by government here to represent all these guys, 43 million people. I wrote a small paper. I summarized 192 countries on one model. So I ran what we call the projective economic modeling, and I was able to map all countries on how they had performed on only 3 indicators. And that was economic performance, social theory, those understand social theory, and then the systems analysis. Then I advised the president how to receive his visitors. And one of them was Honorable Badewa, who was the prime minister at that time of Malaysia, this is 2007. So I argued this, I'm talking about CHOGM, those who know Uganda. So I'm the one who represented you in CHOGM to summarize what Uganda had done. Also, by the way, represented you also at independence in 2012. I was also appointed by government to represent all of you to summarize what Uganda had done for 1962 to 2012. So I summarized what you had done and what had happened, including the Kabaka being overthrown and so on. I summarized all of those in only one model and in one paragraph. What happened is that Badewa, we were together with the Badewa in the Serena conference hall, and of course Queen Elizabeth. She was in very good health at that time, and then Lee Kuan Yew sent the grandson, who is the prime minister now. We were together with him in Serena, here in Kampala. Now, what happened there is only 2 things. Let me repeat it and then sit down. Take home. There is no way you can transform an economy without having the right education. So that's what I've said today. There is absolutely no way. Because what they did in Singapore was tagging the private sector to the needs for transformation of the country. So the private sector, they created what they call private sector development fund, which government gave the private sector, like Centralis now receives money, but on condition that use that money for putting a certain ICT lab, a certain science lab, and that's it. And then we shall measure your performance and how many children have come out, and of course where they are. This was done in Singapore. It has been done in South Korea, and also in Malaysia. That's what also Honorable Badewa told us in the conference here. We had Jenny Kasumba, those who want me to reveal details. And she was our master of ceremony. If you remember Jen in UBC. I don't know where Jen has gone these days. I don't see her summarizing the football matches. What did Mauritius? That's very far. Let's just come to Mauritius as I sit down. Mauritius has got, its political economy is very interesting. They have got 2 political parties. They have MMM, Mauritius Militant Movement, and then Mauritius Labour Party. Under Sase Wasegura Mugurani. 5 years. They're like Americans, Republicans and Democrats. Exactly the same behavior, same. Now, Mauritius education system is what we call strategic flagship planning system. For them, they do one thing at a go. So they get the budget, our budget currently 45 trillion, the one we have just finished, going to present to Parliament by 31st March. We have finished the budget for next year. The 45 trillion we have now in the budget, if it was Mauritius, 80% of that money does one thing. So they started with, the, as you know, sugar, those who know your international political economy. Then they went textiles. They even negotiated with the European Union, these people. Then they gave them a guarantee. That's why Segu succeeded in transforming, he built primary schools. If you go to a primary school, just be in Ipotru, go to a primary school in Mauritius. It is better than all of you who are here, your bedrooms. If you have a bedroom which is better than a primary school in Mauritius, put up your hand. If you don't, maybe you have not been in Mauritius. Or you go there with your girlfriends and you don't want to be bothered with what is happening. But they invested heavily in education, especially infrastructure. That's what Sir Sewasegu Ramugran did in Mauritius. As we speak right now, each budget, 80% of the budget is doing one thing. We call it concentrated strategic flagship planning model. Sugar, 5 years. Textiles, 5 years. ICT, which I'm very, very glad is your tagline here. They did ICTs, carpet. They defeated Germany, for example. Put up your hand if you defeat Mauritius in carpet to carpet. Germany, tell you, and the Germans are here. The first country in the world to have carpet to carpet internet connectivity is Mauritius. Can we clap for Sasa Wasegura Mugran? As a result of that, the only country again where we have HSBC. Put up your hand if you know any other country which has HSBC. We have JP Morgan, HM, HSBC, Agricultural Bank of China, which employs about 120,000 people. These are the 4 banks we have in the world, led by JP Morgan. HSBC is the 3rd. Agricultural Bank of China is the 4th. Agricultural Bank of China is the 4th bank. Why? Because agriculture, Chinese, for them, even the banks speak to, apart from their education, do qualification framework, speaking to the population. Their banks, their entire financial sector speaks to their economy. So in China, you have a bank of agriculture, bank of industry, bank of education. So like a school is financed by a certain bank which has that language. And once they give you that money, then they have conditions, of course. You are going to produce as engineers of this category, plumbers of this category, and so on. So education, therefore, I don't know how I can articulate this matter. What has Professor Nwogaba said on this campus this afternoon? There is no way the country can move without having a right education system, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you didn't listen to another thing. No way. The education must speak to what the economy is. I've shown you the graph. Education must speak to what the economy is, and then the economy will also speak, respond to it. Now that's how serious countries have moved. So that's what Mauritius also has done. And then the last one is, let's move very quickly. Continue. I think the last one is Singapore, which I've already told you about. And the Skills Development Fund, continue. Malaysia, it's the same, I've also done that. And then this is the last slide. What has happened on 192 countries is that the countries, the third question, third take home, I'm sure you're making your take homes. The third take home which I want to give you is that countries which have invested in people, where investment in people means education and health, are the countries which are leading us in wellness. Let me explain myself. I'm not saying the countries which have heavily invested in education are the countries which have the highest intercontinental ballistic missile. in the South China Sea to protect South Korea against this man who is going to really destroy us. Or to create a buffer against Ukraine, stationed in Poland. This Poland, which always gives us problems, especially with these Germans. Second World War, these Germans here attack Poland. Though you forgot that Poland was friendly to Britain. That's what they forgot. Today, Russia, Putin attacks Ukraine. I don't know whether you know how your geography is. Where is Ukraine? Where is Poland? Where is Germany? Where is? From Russia, you go to Ukraine. From Ukraine, you go to Poland. Let's go to geography class now. Let's leave economics. From Poland, you go to Germany. That's where his home is. So, NATO forces, please, please, please. There's no way Putin can keep quiet. Let me repeat it. When you station a country like Ukraine with Poland, and you know Poland in the Second World War, how it behaved. First World War, how it behaved. And now how it is behaving. So we are not expecting Putin, in case there are people who are a little bit naive here. Just you remain with your naivety. But if you're a well-meaning person and has studied, there's no way Putin can be extravagant. Let me use your English language. There's no way Putin can be extravagant in ensuring that Poland, which is always problematic in Europe and the European Union and is bordering Germany, and then next door is Ukraine, and you simply send cruise missile. These guys don't need ballistic missiles. Just station a cruise missile. And you have already hit Russia. Just calculate the distance of Ukraine border to border, east to west. You don't need an intercontinental ballistic, just use a cruise missile. So there is no way Putin can be naive. So the education you therefore have must be able to create awareness. That's why in the politics, let me go address myself as I sit down. That's why education should address politics. If you leave politics, take home, first take home. What has Professor said? If you leave politics to the non-educated to make decisions for you, don't complain. Also, that's what I've said on this campus. Don't complain. Don't complain. If you continue saying that politics is a dirty game for the non-educated, you are now being educated for what? What is politics? Making very, very critical decisions. We had not had a war between Russia and Ukraine, no problem, with the previous government, and both in the White House and also in Kyiv. Never. We change government in the White House, we change government in Kyiv, problems which the whole world now is saying, can we wake up in the morning or the house is going to be down with the SAR missile. So that's the end of my slide. So where Uganda is that Uganda is 0.505. This comes from the education you have pursued for the last 60 years. Singapore has pursued its own education. You see where it is. Mauritius, 0.8. The highest number is 1. Those who have studied mathematics. Because Human Development Index is a probabilistic derivative. Its value is always 1 or 0. 0 is the lowest, 1 is the highest. The best country in the world on that index, because I have it 192 countries in the head, is actually Iceland. Iceland was a province of Denmark, just broke off in 1985. They are members of the European Union, but they are not members. They are not members. They are members of the European Commission, together with Switzerland, with Iceland, Switzerland, Denmark. These are very, very serious countries. 1 minute to finish. Denmark, Iceland has been beating all of us. We have been led by Norway for 10 years. The best country in the world. Then Finland, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Denmark. Where is Germany? Where is the US? Tezilio. I think Germany will come like number 12. US will come like number 13. UK will struggle a bit to be like number 8 because of the welfare system, of course. About mothers who are delivering and so on, the Baba Falconio. But people who have had good education have got countries which are well countries. Wellness is different from GDP. Those who are economists here. Here we are talking about wellness. How has the education pursued, created the wellness of a person? And the people are well, people are happy, people are want to they are liking their country, they are liking their values, they are getting milk in the morning, child getting an exercise book, they don't have children on the street children. See whether you have any children in Finland. Teachers are paid best in the whole world in Finland. Actually, in the current currency in Uganda, a teacher in Finland can earn 80 million shillings per month. That's what like a teacher earns. These teachers who have been very happy with Museveni that he gave them 4 million. The sons teachers, which eventually was not found even. A teacher in Finland is the best person in the world. For your information, they even have a minister for happiness. Just they have a minister, cabinet minister for happiness. That is his work. And I want to congratulate ladies who are here. All countries which have the highest wellness are currently led by women. Can we clap for the power of the woman? Except the one who has disappointed me is Jacinta from New Zealand. Other we have Jacinta, Finland is a woman, Denmark has been a woman, Finland has been a woman. Women have done us wonders. Angela Merkel for their leader in Germany got a standing ovation for 6 minutes, the whole country clapping for her. From Karamoja to Kisoro of Germany. Because Angela Merkel had done extremely well. And that's how their countries are behaving. Angela Merkel was put on the 2 blouses and 2 trousers, for your information. No house girl. She said she doesn't need a house girl. They are their president, who has just been replaced. She said she has a washing machine, no need for your house. She even could not live in a state house in Germany. You ask him. She argued, no. Why? She said her house, which she had when she was still working, is enough. And why do you need a helper? No, her and her husband are enough. And she has a washing machine. For them, those are the values they have, and then they put money in the universities, and they're the ones who are giving you all this money here in your universities, which you are stealing. Which you are all stealing. Which you are stealing. Nzekambagambe. So this is what it is. I'm very glad to have been part of this process. Let me give you a few proverbs in Ruchiga and I sit down. Let me address the younger people. If you cannot be, let me speak, I'm speaking as a professor now. Let me speak as a professor now. Allow me those 2 minutes. If you cannot be a pine on the top of a mountain, be a shrub, but a serious one in the valley. You cannot be a sun, but be a shining star which can shine and everybody sees. Have you ever seen a river drinking its own water? Have you ever seen a tree eating its own fruits? Have you ever seen flowers? We all use perfumes. You need to come near me. Royal perfume is the one I use. The fragrance of Royal perfume, French perfume, is not the flower which produced it, is not benefiting from that perfume. Neither can a river drink its own water. If you have ever seen a river drinking its own water, put up your hand. Therefore, service, which we get from this, there is one we are here in the schools, in the education system, to acquire this knowledge for service and also for investment, so that people can benefit from us. Not for you, or to be selfish, but for service. Now, the most dangerous subject we have now in Uganda is not a ballistic missile. We don't know them even how they look like. In Tamba Sioko. It's not a lion, it's not a leopard, it's not a drone which killed Gaddafi in Libya. The most dangerous object we have now is an educated person but with no character. Educated woman with no character. Educated man with no character. Teaching accountants for stealing money. Teaching medical students for stealing drugs in the hospitals. This is the education we are pursuing. And then finally, if you wash your hands properly, especially younger people, you will eat with the kings. You will just eat with the kings. Just wash your hands properly and you will see. And if you are Muchiga like me, so what my mother taught me, my mother ni mwara waba chimbiri, ararwaba Professor Kagonyera, na uya amulenda muramuterera mu ngaro, oka in this Uganda they produce the largest number of professors. Professor Katerega, you can also advertise your village. Let me advertise my village. You clap for my village, Chuchuguta Parish in Kabale municipality. My village has got the number of professors in Uganda. Professor Katerega knows that. I can mention even some of them here. Professor Ezra Suruma, Chancellor Makerere University. Professor Kagonyera, Chancellor Kabale University. We are in the same village. So Professor Governor Mutebera, Governor of the Central Bank, same village is my cousin, same village. Professor Nwagaba is here, can you clap for them? Professor Joy Kwesik and husband, both husband and wife professors. We are about 48 professors in one village. Now the reason, that's the reason, let me advertise my village properly, and you see. The reason why we are the best professors, I want to claim that. If you want to disclaim that, you come here. People will just also listen to you. Oh, why didn't they select you? The reason why we are behaving like that, for me, I work for the salary. I built a house which I built. I'm not competing with Sudir. Sudir is one of the largest businessmen here. Our mothers gave us values which we are using to beat all of you. But some of us have been spoiled, especially by these people in Uganda. When we come to Uganda here, we find other values. But I cannot claim, as I sit down, that anything bad I did, I learned it from my mother or from my parents. Our parents gave us the best education, which is called the tacit knowledge. Anything bad that you see me doing is my own making. It is not inherited from my mother. So the first, therefore, class was my mother, Maroba Chimbiri, Banyachenyi. They produced the best professors in Uganda. We are the ones leading all of these universities, and we are very grateful to them. And most of us from Kabale in my village, we led the East African Revival Movement, where salvation started. So the knowledge of God is the beginning of wisdom. Turn away from sin is understanding. Job 28:28. Do not fret because of evil men, nor be envious of those who are doing wrong. For like green grass, they will wither. Like morning dew, they will dry away. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy the good pasture. Delight in the Lord, and the Lord will give you the desires of your.
Members, let's really clap for Professor Nwagaba for the wonderful wisdom he has shared on this first memorial lecture of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Let's clap for him once again. And as he leaves the podium, I will request you to stand up. We are going to stretch a little. As we also clap for Professor, thank you very much. And allow us not to speak like professors. Yeah. Andrew, come, we may also speak like professors. Okay, just exercise to a minute on the stage. Andrew, in the middle. Yes, Andrew.
Yes.
Start.
Okay, we are going to exercise a little bit.
We're going to do what we are doing. Those that are within my age bracket, you stop at the level you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are going to use a song that we used to use when we are exercising back then.
Okay.
So we go. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and... One more time, say. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and... For the last time. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, eyes, ears, nose and mouth.
Thank you very much. We can have our seats. As we go to the next item, Andrew, the microphone, you can have the microphone. Let's remember, and before we remember some of the words Professor Lawrence Mukiibi used to emphasize to the young people, we also note that Professor Nwagaba has noted that if we want to transform the economy of this country, we should invest in good education. This is what Professor Lawrence Mukiibi did. He invested and wanted to create an education that is go-round and an education that was unique for a learner.
Yes.
He used to state these words. Procrastination is
a thief of time.
Now no. Procrastination is a thief of? Procrastination is a thief of? The sweat of today, the sweat of today, the sweat of today. Wow. Let the students from the schools and colleges stand up. And Lulensi as well. All of us, Academy, Creamland, all of us. These are words maybe you hear at the schools and you don't know where they started from. Procrastination is a thief of the sweat of today. The sweat of today. The world is interested in what you do and not what you... The world is interested in what you do and not what you know. The world is interested in what?
You do and not what you know.
Simplicity magnifies. Simplicity magnifies. Simplifies. Signifies. I wanted to know if you are really awake. and I know now. The family table knows very well these things. I was checking now. Yes, and I was really testing to know. Yes, the apparel
proclaims the man.
The apparel
proclaims the man.
I'm not interested in excuses to delay, but
work done.
But
work done.
We wish you the very best. Now at this juncture, allow us to invite our moderator. And Andrew, please do the honor.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I want to invite our moderator, who will then invite the panelists to discuss what has been said. And our moderator today is an education and career consultant. He is also a specialist in human performance systems, and he has also worked in the field of education at both the secondary and higher institutions of learning levels. He is currently a member of the Board of Trustees and University Council for Kampala International University, our sister university. He is an author of the famous After education, what next? That was one of the greatest things the professor so much loved and emphasized to all university students. That book, today we have the honor to see the author. He is the author of the famous After Education, What Next? He was also a close friend of Professor Mukiibi, and he is up to today a close friend of the St. Lawrence University. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Mr. Ambrose Kibuuka Mukiibi. You're most welcome, sir.
Members, let's clap for Mr. Andrew Kibuuka Mukiibi, our moderator tonight.
You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, the MC. In the interest of time, I would like to thank the organizers of this first Lawrence Mukiibi Memorial Lecture. I will thank the guests. I will thank the Board of Trustees and the family. I will thank the members of the University Council. And I want to thank all the invited guests here, ladies and gentlemen, for having graced this occasion. And we have stood the pain of serving a number of hours on the chairs, but it's a sweet pain because we are learning a lot, we are reflecting, and we won't go the same. My intention is to keep this session far shorter than it was designed to be, in the interest of liberating time for the subsequent activities, and also considering that we have sat for a long time. I've been introduced, and that is who I am, Ambrose Kibuuka Mukiibi. I'm honored to have encountered Professor Mukiibi first face-to-face in 1997, courtesy of an introduction that was done by my elder brother, who is also my father now, Monsignor John Wynand Katende. It's an honor, usually, when I have my father. He's the heir to our father, and he's the second born in our family lineage, and I'm the second last from the bottom. So he's number 2 from the top, I'm number 2 from down. And he's a great friend of this family. So he introduced me to Professor Mukiibi in 1997. And I learned a lot of things from Professor. And one of the things that Professor one time narrated to me is when he had just started the school here, he had a small desk. And he used to use that desk when he was due to use it. And when he needed the secretary to type something for him, he would get off the desk, and then the secretary sits, because that's all the furniture that they had in the office. And as we know, the rest is history. We are now celebrating an empire. I'm also associated with St. Lawrence University. I was privileged in 2007, 2006, 2007, when Professor Mukiibi was starting the university. He asked me to accompany him. So it was quite often in the evenings, he would come to my small residence where I used to stay, and we would have conversations about conceptualizing the university. And the book that I wrote in 2003, After University, What Next, was a big inspiration. And so the people in St. Lawrence University, you know very well that that's a slogan that lingers around: after university, what next? And my wife also taught here at St. Lawrence University. So I have deep connections with the university, lifelong connections. And of course, the entire family there. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. So we are going to have panelists, and like I said, we are going to keep it short because of time. And we are here to discuss both the presentation that has been made by the keynote speaker, a very brilliant presentation. It is mind-stretching, very provocative, and of course we cannot exhaust discussing it, but we will make an attempt at pulling out the salient features as we launch this series of memorial lectures, which I guess will be happening every year. I want to remind us that Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was such a giant that we cannot exhaust him in a lecture focusing on one theme, because he was an educationist, he was an entrepreneur, he was a businessman, he was a leader, he was a mentor, he was a philanthropist, he was a thought leader, meaning a trend setter and influencer that has already been articulated. He was a family man, and yes, he was an innovator. So you can see that we cannot exhaust him in this one memorial lecture for today. But to discuss, I would like to introduce to you the panelists. So as I read their profiles, I'll ask them to come and take their seats. So I begin with Mr. Raymond Musima, also Biosketch. Raymond is an alumnus of St. Lawrence Schools and Colleges, that's at Crimland campus. He's also an alumnus of the St. Lawrence University. He is a professional exchange program alumnus at Michigan State University. He's a founder of Michigan Fellows Africa Initiatives, Uganda, an organization modeled after the successful completion of that fellowship in the United States. He is a SLAU member of council, and he holds a master's in marketing and a bachelor's in mass communication. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome Mr. Musima. In the same thread, I also want to introduce Madame Nachimuli Letitia, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management Studies here at St. Lawrence University. She holds a master's in business administration from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in teaching and learning from Uganda Martyrs University in Kozi, a bachelor's degree in social sciences, specializing in public administration from Makerere University. She also holds numerous certificates in law, planning, budgeting, strategic management, monitoring and evaluation, project planning and management, policy formulation and analysis. She's currently completing her PhD in management at Uganda Management Institute. Letitia has 19 years of hands-on experience in teaching entrepreneurship, human resource management, strategic management, and management in higher institutions. She has headed and managed education institutions. She has 14 years at senior management level. She's multi-skilled, handling students of different levels by helping them in idea generation, business plan generation, and implementation. Her research interest is in the areas of entrepreneurship, management, and empowerment. Can you join me to welcome her with an applause? Gentlemen and ladies, our third panelist is Professor Badru Dungu Katerega. Thank you very much for that energizer. Professor Badru Katerega, I have a 10-page synopsis or summary of his profile. Okay. And in the interest of time, I beg that I will not go through it. I'll just pull out small elements So the man that I'm introducing is the gentleman you see standing up to take his position, Professor Badru Katerega. He's Owekitiibwa, Ambassador, Professor Emeritus. He holds Doctors of Letters from 3 universities. I'm just summarizing. He's a chief sponsor and chairman, board of trustees for the East African University, Kenya, the East African University, Rwanda, and the vice chancellor of Kampala University. He does hold many accolades, like I did say. I'll pull out just a few. He's a King Abdulaziz Royal Medal First Class winner. He's a Nalubale Heroes Medal winner. That's a national hero as far as Uganda is concerned. And he also won the Jubilee Model. He has worked at quite a number of universities, Makerere University, and also universities in the US. Like I said, he owns a Doctor of Letters honoris causa from Mennonite University in the USA, Doctor of Letters honoris causa, Kampala University, honoris causa also, doctorate from the East African University, Kitengela, Nairobi. Like I said, I can go on and on and on, but I beg to stop here and honor the man. Can we join to welcome Professor? Thank you. I beg your indulgence. I don't know where I'm supposed to go for confession on this one, but I know my sins are already forgiven. How could I forget? Like they say, the best comes last. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Professor Charles Sechewa. Professor Charles Sechewa, as he's taking his seat, is the current Deputy Vice Chancellor of St. Lawrence University. That is after serving as the University Secretary from 2016 to 2020. He served as the Pioneer Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture at Uganda Matters University, where I happened to have a privilege of working with him for 10 years, and as the Director of Research at the same university. He has been member of the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda board for 2 terms. He serves on the board of St. Matthias Mbuye Agricultural College. He serves as General Secretary for the International Association for Organic Agriculture Research, whose secretariat is at the University of Bonn. That's in Germany. He has offered scholarly lectures at the University of Bonn, University of Dresden, that's in the Australian University of Life and Natural Sciences, and the University of Zambia. He supervises both master's and PhD students. He has been the executive director of Uganda Certification Company and is founder director of the Center for Ecosystem Research and Development. He's the founder director of Stella Maris Kindergarten and Tilda and Paul Primary School. He's an innovator and researcher in that he established the first physical organic products market in Uganda and researches agroecological business in partnership with McKnight Foundation. As such, Professor Sechewa has lit his candle to light that of others globally. He holds a bachelor's degree, BSc degree of Makerere University, master's degree of University of London, PhD of University of Ghent, and a postdoctorate of Bangor University in Wales. Join me to welcome again Professor Sechewa. Gentlemen and lady, I'm very honored to be your moderator. Like I said, we are racing against time, and I think in the interest of that same time, we are going to have 2 questions for each of us. And the first question is going to be an open-ended one. And I'll begin with you, Professor Badru Katerega. I have a specific question to ask you, but I'm giving you the general one first. What is it that you are picking as a tickling point from Professor Justus Nwagaba's presentation?
All friends, members of staff who have joined this wonderful memorial lecture for my great and late brother and friend, Lawrence Mukiibi. We thank Professor Nwagaba. What do we pick from him? I'm picking literally everything. I think it has elucidated on the role of transformative education, something that we have not heard about for a long time. I would have loved also to hear from him the role of the curriculum in the kind of education that we are talking about. Otherwise, I think a lot of what they are saying is food for thought. There is something wrong with our education system. But I'm glad also the National Curriculum Center is doing something about competences so that we can have the education the world needs, which markets the student, which equips the student to survive this wonderful society of ours. So now, why don't I stop?
Thank you very much, Prof. And what you have said prompts me to ask you a follow-up question, because you have touched a little bit on the issue of the curriculum. Now, these days, of course, we know, as you have said, government is moving, and I think very fast in an accelerated way, in the direction of what Professor Nwagaba has been saying. But also, I know for a fact that I think Professor Mukiibi was so ahead of his time, because the kind of curriculum we want to adopt now, I think is what he advocated for. Can you help us expound a bit by peeping into the mind of Professor Mukiibi, what he would have said today about the new curriculum reforms happening?
Professor Mukiibi was indeed a true reflection of the society under which you work. You would be very happy to hear what is going on now as far as the curriculum design and transformation is concerned. You would have served a more useful purpose at this time when Uganda is undertaking a major development in the curriculum, because it is the curriculum that defines the kind of education that will help our people. And so, Professor Mukiibi would have been a useful addition to whatever he had started with. That's why it is important to remember him. People forget very easily when their friends pass away. And memorial lectures, if I may add, are not for small people. They are for great people.
We can clap to that. This says memorial lectures are not for small people. Not everybody gets to be labeled with or remembered with memorial lectures. So when you see a memorial lecture tagged to someone's name, that means that's a great person. And Professor Mukiibi is a great person. Thank you very much. And you are saying he would actually be the consultant, because what we want to do now with the new curriculum is what he did practically. So he will be the consultant now. Thank you very much. Professor Shewa, I move to you. And I ask you the same question. What is it that you are picking from Professor Nwagaba's presentation that is tickling you?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I must add my voice to that of Professor here in regard to what Professor Augustus Nwagaba presented in class. That was a highly commendable presentation, though it was punctuated by moments of joking and what have you, but it was so lovely. Professor, we appreciate your presentation, and we are happy that you are now Professor Nwagaba is not alone. Similar sentiments have been presented by UNESCO and the International Labour Organization in 2006. We have had the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority in the Philippines echoing similar concerns. The UK Quality Assurance Authority in UK has again given this similar concerns at sometime in 2012, and the OECD in 2015 presented that concern as well in regard to having meaningful education.
Line of thought that a professor is not alone. He is also carrying on with the similar concerns, and specifically for Uganda. I totally agree and learn that education should what we see today just for generating first grades in the school, but should be delivered to transform the whole person. So that is a great lesson
that we learn today, forming the whole person, and that's what Professor Mukiibi did. Sorry, I will go to Professor
Nwagaba way. I took all my children through the St. Lawrence schools. And why? Because I had observed what he was doing in Afraha High School, always making an effort not only to have students that excel academically, but also students that will go out and make a difference. So the idea of skilling that we talk about today here in Uganda, with Professor Mukiibi, it was started quite a long time ago. Skilling the youth to be meaningful citizens of the country where they live. So that is a big lesson I picked from Professor Nwagaba and those who picked lessons and the concerns before him.
Thank you. And I want to connect also on that. You were introduced as having been a long-time acquaintance of Professor Mukiibi. Today, we are having this theme, Entrepreneurial Education, the pathway to sustainable livelihoods. Knowing him from way back when you were in your 20s, and knowing what he stood for, what one powerful point would he say today if he was among the panelists?
I think he would consent with the presentation that Professor Nwagaba has made, and he would give testimony of that. But I must say that I'm proud to have been partly mentored by him, because when I look at what I do and what I have been able to do, I see it as having been a lesson, an influence from Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. The saying that I've had of simplicity was also something else. When you are simple, you attract people to yourself and they learn from you. When you are not simple, people will tend to learn away from you and they may not learn much from you. So because of that, he was always available to those who worked with him, and he was always open to give a lesson to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I come to you, Madam Letitia. You worked closely with Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, and you still work at St. Lawrence University. And you have listened to the presentation made by Professor Nwagaba. I'm looking for that intersection between Professor Nwagaba's presentation and what you knew about Professor Mukiibi that is coming out very strongly for you tonight.
Thank you very much. Good evening, our guests. Yes, I worked with Professor Mukiibi. I am glad that I've been part of the university since 2007 and contributed highly to the designing of the curriculum in the Faculty of Business, where I've been since then. But what I picked from him was that he was so fast in his dealings. An idea comes up, the idea had to be implemented at the shortest time possible. And another thing was that as we are dealing with the young ones, we don't have to forget that it's a generation different from us that are training them. So we'll try our level best to come down to their level, do the training for them to achieve the skills that are going to help them fly in the world. And these skills, of course, at that time, we kept on emphasizing unemployment is too high. We need to empower them. So within our trainings, the empowerment is coming out so much at almost every level. And I would say that as we go forward, it's important that in our smallest corners, we emphasize the 7 commonest C's, the communication, collaboration, creativity, and so on. We may not really be able to be at the point of Singapore or even the other countries that are powerful at this point, but we need to begin somewhere. And I think that is what we are doing at St. Lawrence. We need to make sure that we have the vocational aspect in almost everything that we are teaching, relevant to that particular course. Not saying that someone comes in to study IT and then we teach hairdressing. They could be a bit contrary, but we need to identify what could be relevant to that particular student, and the students will be able to fly while they live. So we are glad that we've been part of the journey, and we're still part of the journey to make sure that all our students light the candle wherever they go.
Thank you very much. Mr. Musima.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing your name right?
Musima. Yes.
Musima, okay. Mr. Musima, you are an alumnus of the St. Lawrence schools, colleges, and the university. One day in 2007, Professor Mukiibi picked me from my home at 1 a.m. and he had done work in the previous hours. Then I told him I'll go home and freshen. Then he picked me at 1 a.m. and we drove to Crown City when it was, many of the parts were still under construction. And at about 1:30 a.m., we met a group of students, most of them girls, painting the dormitories. 1:30 a.m. in their overalls, painting. And they were so high energy. For me, that was a huge statement. As an alumnus of the schools and the university, And in view of what Professor Nwagawa has articulated, what is it that you can relate as a common thread between Professor Nwagawa's presentation and the philosophy of Professor Mukiibi, the man?
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to share this panel with the team. I think it came at the very end for me when Professor Nwagawa talked about cleaning your hands and dining with kings. He talked about godliness and cleanliness. One of the things that I really took so seriously about Professor Lawrence was cleanliness. And I know the people at the back, the students at St. Lawrence, one of the things that they used to check during assembly, you had to have a white handkerchief, tissue, and you had to, have white stockings. I don't know if that culture is still there, but I believe it is. And you were punished if you didn't have tissue, because he knew that any person who walks around without tissue will destroy the restrooms or will dirty the restrooms. So cleanliness to Professor Lawrence was very, very dear to him, to a point that some point I came up close with him and he asked me why I used to put on long-sleeved shirts. He told me, Raymond, I don't like long sleeves. And he was here, everyone in this room putting on long sleeves would, have something to reflect. He said people who put on long sleeves are usually lazy. I said, why? He said, when I have some, you talked about the students who found at Crown City, said, when I find that there is work to be done, I don't have to unbutton my shirt. He used to put on, I think the family can attest to that, short sleeves, because for him, cleanliness had no substitute or doing work. So at the very end, Professor Nwagawa talked about cleanliness, and that's something that I feel connected so well with the legacy of Professor Lawrence.
Thank you very much. And of course, Professor Nwagawa added the aspect of values, and I guess that was a core value, and still is a core value in the St. Lawrence Education Conglomerate. And we want to congratulate the family and the other managers for sustaining that great value in the whole network of educational institutions. Like I said, that was the first round of questions. We have one more round, and we can call it a day for the panel in the interest of time. I know we have a lot to say. So, Madam Nachimuli, Professor Nwagawa made a statement. He said, educated people have abandoned business. You come from the business education strand. I would like to know how you would expound that statement. You didn't have the luxury of time to expound it. How you would expound it, especially in view of the prospects for St. Lawrence University. What are you doing at St. Lawrence University to make sure that educated people do not abandon business? Because that's where wealth is created.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the university, what we are trying to make sure that they do not abandon business, one is to have the entrepreneurial courses taught. Entrepreneurship 1, we have entrepreneurship 2, but then as we move on to entrepreneurship 2, a lot is done. We make sure that one, students will have to do an exhibition themselves. Show us the kind of business you want to start, and start it from where it must begin until when you have the product or service on the market. And we do not expect that kind of problem that we do not have capital. We tell them that the capital is you must begin. And the bit about the university is one, because everybody wants to graduate, they end up doing it. And apart from that, we try to do a lot of exposure. The major challenge that we have in the young adults is one, that they are not exposed. And I always tell them that you cannot dream of America unless you've been there. So try to provide the exposure, take them to the incubation centers. If we hear of an exhibition, we shall make sure we are there so that they are able to pick up. And we are proud that during our graduation, we still go ahead and recognize those who came from our classes, went ahead and started the businesses. The simplest example that I know that everybody in the room can attest to are the Sam's products. We've heard about the crisps, the groundnuts, all coming from one house, which was a classroom project by that very gentleman. And he's proud of it, that because he was helped to think, if you cannot start big, go and fly the crisps. And today it's one of the biggest on the market. So we try our level best to make sure that we help them think. It's mainly about being creative, it's mainly about being innovative. So that at the end of that day, we are able to fly and be able to do something. And of course, we used to have the Mr. and Miss. Because we discovered that these are young people who want to learn while it is interesting. And everybody wanted to be part of the Mr. and Miss, where we came up with an idea that it should now be Beauty with Wax. Yes, we are choosing you as our queen, but then what do you have to show? And they're actually doing so well. And some of them have left school, and they've actually gone ahead to implement. And I think Raymond is one of them. He will talk about it himself. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we've heard what St. Lawrence is doing, promoting really the legacy of Professor, because that's what the ideal graduate that he thought of. Thank you very much. I'll move to you, Professor Sechewa. Professor Nwagaba did highlight also about the importance of agriculture and how perhaps we have neglected it. It's not playing the role that it should be playing if you compare us to other economies. I know you come from, that's where your passion is, the great deal of your expertise lies there. What is it that you could say to expound Professor Nwagaba's statement, but also perhaps to tell us, you are the DVC here, could St. Lawrence University be boiling something in that direction with regard to agriculture? Because the value chains are enormous. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I will start by saying that informal education that we actually get from home has always been hands-on, eyes-on. But it has been let down as we progress and go for formal education. Uganda is an agricultural country. You will be surprised to hear that in some schools, agriculture is not taught. Even when it is introduced in schools, you find that a number of children do not want to go into agriculture. They call it a dirty sort of engagement. So that alone tells you what we have in our mindset. Ugandans, like Professor Nwagaba said about those who have spanners, likewise, those who are in agriculture are always considered to be of low value. They are not held with esteem. And it's that mindset that also affects the performance. He has been following very closely budget allocations annually. The Maputo Declaration gave a limit of 10% that at least a developing country like Uganda would have 10% of the national budget allocated to agriculture. But I think in Uganda, it has been oscillating between 2% and 4%. Now, what do you do with that when other sectors are getting much, much more? For example, defense, what do you do with the very little money that has been always allocated? So we have that mindset at all levels where we would cause action. Now, when it comes to the actual production and the marketing, quite often
the people we underrate have produced a lot, and they have been eager to have best practices, but they have been paid peanuts. And because of that, they are discouraged from advancing in agriculture. Some of them end up with bank loans that are eventually not paid and their land is taken. When it comes to the youth, with the land tenure system we have today and the level of unemployment, the youth have no access to land. And we understand that in Uganda, our population is pyramidal, with the youth being the majority. Now, because they do not have access to land, they do not have access to capital, we don't have an agriculture bank like Professor mentioned elsewhere in China, we do not have that. Even if there was easy money to access, the youth do not have collateral. They are landless, they are with no collateral, and our banks ask for collateral. So you can see that the biggest population of our country cannot be meaningfully engaged in agriculture. Some time back, we were very surprised to see some recommendations that were being made, and yet our agricultural land is dominated by the elderly. The youth have emigrated to sell sweets and make Rolex and so on, and drive or ride border borders. So the old have remained on the land. And with no labor, labor has become extremely expensive. As such, their production levels are very low. And the technologies that are recommended that require a lot of labor cannot be performed by such elderly and sometimes sick people. So all those factors and many more that I have not mentioned result into failing the growth of agriculture as a sector in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Just a quick follow-up question. So in this audience, you have a lot of people, young people and otherwise, to inspire. As someone embedded in the agricultural sector, would you actually encourage anybody here to go into agriculture? What are the opportunities? Very quickly.
Thank you very much. As we speak today, Uganda in the area of safe food is the first in Africa. So we are the best producer of safe food.
What do you mean by safe food, Prof?
You can talk about agroecological or organic food that is produced on the continent. Unfortunately, that food is not consumed in the country. If I asked where you source your foods, you are here. You go anywhere in these markets we have where we have highly polluted food and buy from there, irrespective of the fact that that food is not safe at all. So I would advise the youth to go into that direction of producing safe food and encouraging others to consume it as the best way forward. For the export market in Africa, we are the first now in producing safe food for others, but not for ourselves.
Thank you. So for more information, you can contact Professor Sechewa. He will give you technical details about that. Thank you very much. Professor Badru Kateleka, you are a serial entrepreneur, especially in the education sector. I have been to your university in Kitengela, in Nairobi. Yes, I've passed by. I've not been to the one in Rwanda, and of course I've been to the one at Gaba. Professor Mukiibi did, as a thought leader, as an innovator, he invented something that was not known of in the education industry. He got the banking model and brought it into education. It's banks that we knew that had branches. And St. Lawrence schools, We have Kabaka's Lake Campus, Creamland, Horizon, London College, and so it's like you have branches of a bank. Now, you as an entrepreneur, you as a business person, as an educationist, what is it that you'd help us to understand about the, and you are his mentor also, about the mindset of Professor Mukiibi, and especially, there are people in this audience who might want to be inspired, who have ambitions to walk in your footsteps. What would you advise us as far as opportunities are concerned? Thank you.
That is a full plate of questions. Even without sticking to your right question, I think there are a lot of people here within this forum who said some other things other than Professor Nwagaba. We needed to fill in a few here and there. The dual curriculum, he talked about it, and our German friend there talked about it. That is very, very important. That is something that is seriously missing in Uganda. But I'm happy, hopefully with the kind of curriculum that is coming up now, it may address exactly what has been missing. And now, National Council for Education, they are trying to come up with an A-level syllabus which is based on competences. And once that is completed, they have done the lower, definitely the curricula at the universities have got to change. Otherwise, there will be no linkage, and whatever is aimed at by government will not be achieved if we don't change our way of doing things. Back to entrepreneurship, well, before that, I thank the family here. At the death of our friend Turina, somewhere said, nothing much will change except the smile. I still remember. I think nothing much has changed, and the smiles are coming back.
That deserves a strong hand clap.
Lawrence was my friend. He was also my student. By the time he came, I was a special assistant at Macquarie. So I had the opportunity to teach him a bit. And he was a lovely student, no doubt about that. He loved business from his character, which Semakula brought up. There are also missing links. When he was studying, he was also an entrepreneur at one level. He worked in different areas to make ends meet. So his upbringing impacted on the kind of life that he was to lead. And so his area of thought was not very different from mine. Actually, when he was setting up the university here, he came to me and asked me, what are the challenges? I told him. He said, can I go on? I said, go ahead. You should have done that yesterday. And I also appreciated how he has set up these campuses, and they are working. And the whole idea or the philosophy we had, that once you set up a school, it should already be in that environment. And no, things have changed. You must take education to the doorsteps of the people. And what he has done is very good. And of course, it is in line with those who have the entrepreneurial mind And I wanted to come back to the Professor, our speaker. We don't only need to do further doctorates in these areas. You can go and do a master's or even a certificate in that area where you are going to specialize, so that they should not be worried that if you're a doctor, you only need to do another PhD. You can go and do a postdoctoral certificate in entrepreneurship, in management. You can do even another master, so that you move freely. And this Mukiibi was indeed a great man. I'm glad that the family and the well-wishers and the group that he worked with are still together. That's very important. Keep united, and we should be able to move miles. I don't want to go beyond that.
Thank you very much, Professor. So what I'll do, I'll give a minute to each of the panelists to say it's an open-ended submission. At this great occasion, what message would you want them to consume from you, which is not coming from a question that I'm posing to you? That's your last remark, and then we'll close. So I'll begin here, Mr. Msima.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. For me, I think I want to pick it up from Professor Katerega's submission that the family of the late professor has really stood into very large shoes. And I think in a time like this, we need to appreciate the effort, because I can't imagine how tough it has been for them to lead this entire establishment, especially the time when we came through COVID, that we even come here today to remember Professor. So I think the family deserves a very big round of applause from everybody. And Professor Niwagaba was talking about the different models that these countries are adopting. The Chinese, which is the biggest economy now. When you look at the Chinese, it's arguably the second or the fastest or the biggest. But when you look at the Chinese, their model is multiplicity of function. So the Chinese will produce a phone that has all these other functions. So that is their model. And that is something that I draw to Professor. When you look at the entire value chain of education, he did it all. I don't know any living Ugandan, and I stand to be challenged, in the private sector that was able to accomplish what Professor Lawrence accomplished within education. And he was one person that meant different things to different people, and by the name that we used to call him. At one campus they called him Papa. At Queensland we used, because he took us, it's HSC, we used to call him Chibuzo. I don't know if they still call him Chibuzo. At the university we called him Professor. And something that a trend that I've noticed about Madame Tulina, the rector. At some campus they call her rector. Personally, I call her Madame Tulina. And the other day I had someone call her sister. I think one person having all these different personalities and functions is something that we can draw from the Chinese that somehow is exemplified in the life and legacy of Professor Lawrence and those that have come after him. So I don't know which model we'll take as Ugandans. I know the Americans use the continuous quality improvement. So they do a phone, then continue improving it. For the Ugandans, I don't know what we do, because we tried wealth creation, then we did Myoga, now we're on parish development. So I think it's try and error, but if we draw from the legacy and life of Professor Lawrence, there's something there that we can use as a country. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Letitia.
Thank you. My last words could be that as educators, what we need to do is mainly to emphasize creativity and innovation among the young ones, and the rest will fall in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Sechewa.
Thank you very much. As St. Lawrence University, we must appreciate Professor Lawrence Mukiibi for founding this institution and aligning it on the right path. The challenge we have, and where I want to direct my recommendation, is that this university, which is centrally located within the industry, should embrace what he started and improve it even further by having more hands-on education. You may call it transformative, you may call it the dual system of education, but we must use the opportunity we have to have even more aligned products in honor of the founder who gave it a very good foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, Professor Katereka.
Somebody said he wrote a PhD in education. And the theme was, show me a good school and I will show you a good headmaster. I hope you have understood. So, St. Lawrence is indeed a good school, and we know that we had a good headmaster. Call him anything. We should also take note that Professor Mukiibi also was active in the liberation of this country. Some people don't want to hear that, but is it true? And some of the colleagues he fought with should also be invited here next time to participate in this great ceremony, great occasion when we remember him for what he did. No wonder he was charged with participating in these celebrations or in the awards department. There are awards they give, National Medal or whatever have you. He was one of them. And one thing he did, which you people don't know, he ensured that all the great educationists in this country are given at least the Golden Independence Medal. So all the vice chancellors, all the guys from National Council, they have a medal because of the recommendation of our great man, Mukiibi, St. Lawrence, the lover of St. Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very loud round of applause to our panelists. They've done a great job. They didn't have a lot of time. I had assembled quite many questions for each of them. We didn't have the luxury of time. But at least we have managed to utilize the time given to us. I want to thank Professor Wolf. Your input is very influential in our thinking, definitely. That's the direction we should be taking and we are taking. Professor Mukiibi was a benchmarker, and I know that St. Lawrence University would like to benchmark. There is a university in this city which is expounding the model that Professor Wolf has presented. Dr. Muganga of Victoria University, he wrote a fantastic book, Authentic Education. I was with him this week at Mountains of the Moon in Fort Portal and was making a presentation, almost the same thing that Professor Wolf was presenting. Professor Nwaga, we are very indebted for your presentation. You did say something to the effect of, is education creating impoverishment rather than promoting livelihoods? I do concur with you in that question. In fact, that was the topic of my master's dissertation, which I did in 2000. And I asked, is education in Uganda a tool of development or a factor of underdevelopment? And you can guess what the conclusion was. I want to thank you all for having been great participants. And this is how we call it off. Thank you very much to the organizers. and thanks to the panelists. Have a great evening.
Once again. Now we're coming to the last part of our function, and that is the launching of the Legacy magazine in memory of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. And at this juncture, I'll invite the chairperson, Board of Directors, to launch the Legacy magazine, and thereafter she will carry out the candle lighting, which symbolizes that the candle lit by Professor Lawrence Mukiibi is still lighting. The procedure will be that the chairperson will light the candle, and she will share that light with other administrators, senior administrators, council members, and our guests as a symbol that the light Professor Lawrence Mukiibi lit is still lighting and lighting stronger. At this juncture, I'll invite the chairperson, Board of Directors, Ms. Maria Jacinth Tulina, to come and launch this Legacy magazine in memory of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. I'll request the ushers to bring the bigger candle here, or Madam Susan, the bigger candle for the BOD, so that Mr. Chakoni, where the lighters. I'll request the editorial board members, if they are around, Madam Letitia, the editorial board come as this is being unveiled. Madam Sylvia, if she's around. Mr. Ivan Mwebe, the resident director, the editorial team, please come and join the unveiling of the Legacy magazine. Okay, now let's have the honor by the Board of Directors unveiling the Legacy magazine in memory. I think it's the other way around. The other way around. What we are witnessing is the unveiling of the Legacy magazine in commemoration of the life of Professor Mukiibi for the good things he did in this world. That's the Legacy magazine. At the same time, I'll ask the chairperson, Board of Directors, to say something as she launches it. At the same time, give the closing remarks, and we do carry out the candle lighting.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I take this great honor to launch the Legacy magazine in honor of our late dad, in honor of our former chairperson, Board of Directors, and a great man who transformed education into what it is right now. Education at that time, members had buildings of wood, but now the education sector is full of buildings that are very beautiful, that you feel you left your child
at home. So I take this great honor to launch the great magazine, The Legacy, and I thank the editors, Madame Letitia, and your team. Thank you very much.
Now, at this juncture, we are going to do the candle lighting as a gesture of showing that Professor Lawrence Mukiibi lit a candle. He left the candle burning into the other directors, and they are still carrying on the candle, and they want us to carry this candle high. So all of us will get the light. So our request, she's going to come around as we light Andrew as you take us through that song, Light Your Candle. The board of directors is taking the candle to the university management, handing over to the vice chancellor and asking him to carry on the candle high. Dr. Masaba, that's a symbol that signifies that Professor Lawrence Mukiibi lit his candle, and the directors are doing the same and asking the same of you members to light your candle onto the world. Andrew. Now to the council members and the good friends of Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, the same gesture to light the candle into the world. Dr. Masaba, you can now light the candle to the guild members. Gesture of lighting the candle high as a sign of remembering and commemorating the life of a great man, a great educationist.
In every soul, some brightly burning, some dark and cold.
Yes, I remember Professor used to say, when you light the candle, you don't put it under the basket. You light it high. Let's light our candles high. have a picture. Yes. Let's have a picture. Memory lane. And take on this moment and we prepare for Athens.
I'm Mugamba Isaac Dennis, the head teacher of St. Lawrence Citizens High School, Horizon. I am lucky to have worked with Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, and when he left us, we missed him. The number of values I remember about him: he was a hard worker. Imagine a man of his caliber, the establishments he had put up, the number of institutions he had set up. He would always report to school or for work before all his workers, and he would leave work after all the workers had left. He's a man who loved the environment so much. Unlike all other entrepreneurs, you would find other entrepreneurs, when they want to establish any kind of business, they bring graders, they grade everything and they clear all the trees and the grass. But for him, whenever he bought a site, he would think about how best he would first preserve the environment.
My name is Maria Justin Tulina. I work as the director of St. Lawrence Schools and Colleges. There are 6 secondary schools plus 1 primary, Lawrence Junior School. Then also I work as the chairman board of directors, St. Lawrence University. The late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi was my father, is my father. I am his firstborn. What I know about him is there are so many things, but most is that he loved people. He was a people person, very accommodative, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whatever state you come or approach him, he was very approachable and accommodative.
My name is Mayanja Jackson Petros, the head teacher, St. Lawrence High School, Crown City. But before I came to Crown City, I joined St. Lawrence from London College in 2015 as a classroom teacher. And after a short while, I became a class teacher. And then as time went on, I was appointed a deputy in the principal's office, and later on I became the deputy upper school in charge of senior 5 and senior 6, and that was up to 2019 till when I was transferred to St. Lawrence High School, Crown City, as the head teacher. About the late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, he was principled, and he did not tolerate things to do with the not keeping time, laziness. He did not tolerate things like excuses. What he always wanted is work. His statement was always, I'm not interested in excuses to delay, but I'm interested in work done. I also remember one of the statements he made that I'm still using up to today. He said, if your absence in an organization or an institution is not felt, then your presence was absolutely very unnecessary.
Hello everyone, my name is Percy Patricia. I am a teacher of English language and literature at Crown City Campus, St. Lawrence. I joined St. Lawrence at Kabaka's Lake in 1999. It was June. I will forever remember Professor Lawrence Mukiibi. Why? He was my friend. He was my mentor and my father. Professor Lawrence Mukiibi called me daughter, and he treated me thus. There was no moment when he spoke to me harshly or scolded me. He always used the corrective and calm tone whenever he saw that I was drifting away or doing something not the right way. And because of this reason, I began to trust the school and I began to trust him, and it has made me a very good teacher in the course of my stay at St. Lawrence.
Hello, my name is Kimera Abdul Karim, and I'm standing here as a work of St. Lawrence Academy Schools and Colleges, but based at Paris. One thing I remember about Mr. Mukiibi, he was so confident and he had trust in the young generation, because when I finished Makerere University, I right away joined Criminal campus where I did my school practice, and because of the competence, he didn't mind about the age, and from that time he saw the potential in me, and of course with the help of the students of the time, I was given a job. So
my name is Brenda Businje. I joined St. Lawrence in 2016 as a secretary. I was only 23 years old. Right now I'm working as administrative secretary, and I've been here for the last 7 years. One thing I remember about the late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi is that he loved everyone regardless of status. He always gave time to the rich, to the poor. Even in office, he would reach out to everyone individually and speak to them about life. He always told us stories, most especially of where he came from, and it always gave us hope that anyone can make it in life.
My name is Nabuma Habiba. I'm the headmistress, London College of St. Lawrence. I joined St. Lawrence in 2006 at Horizon Campus. Then in 2007, I joined London College of St. Lawrence as a teacher until 2012, when I left London College. As academy was starting in 2013, I went to London College, I went to the Academy St. Lawrence as the headmistress there. So from 2013 to 2020, I came back to London College as the headmistress of London College of St. Lawrence. I'm a teacher of English language and literature. As the academy was starting, I remember one time he asked me, what do you think I should be called at the academy? Because he had different names in different campuses. Where I had been in Horizon, they used to call him Daddy. At London College, they used to call him Papa. So when we started the academy, he asked, now what do you think I should be called? He said, oh, since it is the academy, what should I be called? Because if at all they call me Father, it is a little local if they call me Father. If they call me something like to do with, since it's an academy, I can't be called a soldier. So immediately he came up with Father. He said, okay, let these people just call me Father, not Father. So that is how he came up with his name at the academy. At the academy, he was known as Father.
My name is Mrs. Nkahewa Knight Natamba. I am the Assistant Rector, Laurentia Junior School, Unsanji. I started working with this school on the first day we opened, that is 2005. 14. I worked with the late Professor Lawrence Mukiibi, and I learned the following from him. One was simplicity. He told us that simplicity signifies the magnanimity of the soul. He also taught me to work hard, that one should work until the body rests. And this has kept me here for the last 10 years. I was started as the vice principal, and I was promoted to the post of assistant rector through hard work.
Good evening. My name is Sande Jamada Alula, Deputy Head Teacher Administration. I started working with Professor in 2015. That's when I joined the school. One of the things I learned from Professor was that he was hardworking. One of his legacy, he taught us that a man shouldn't rest. You rest when you have died. I remember one day sitting with him in the meeting, and one of the teachers was finding out whether we should be given permission to go for a holiday. What he told us that here we are private. We don't have holidays here. So he was all-round man. He could teach us how to work from morning up to evening.
One of the things I learned from Professor